So if you're in the online platform, which Wi-Fi am I supposed to be on? The ballrooms. Questions. See. If you have this on Google Slides and you'd prefer to do it from this one, if you want to send me a link, I can open on this. But then
it's a Google Slides, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it is. How do I share? But that is the issue.
It's the right yellow button. I'm going to type it in here.
Okay. Is this your drink or not? That's not mine. Okay, not mine. I'll take it. All right. How's everybody doing? Good. So I got this mail from Terry just 2 days ago saying, want you to give a talk on something. And I'm like, okay, I don't do much long range stuff anymore. But we'll see how it goes. First of all, it's kind of be interesting. So basically what we're going to talk about is some recent stuff that could marginally be related to long range recognition. I do have a lot of stuff in the past that's been in this space, but it's not something I directly work on, but we'll make connections and hopefully there'll be conversations. And if not, there's a beach waiting for us out there, right? So we can try to head out there soon. So just to kind of, first, thanks for everybody coming in because as just nearby, we have a lot of fun stuff going on. And, of course, initially when Terry asked me, I said, oh, I'm going to make a whole new talk. And I tried to do this while I was sitting on the beach yesterday. And I kind of made up something today that you're going to see that's in that realm of things and stuff like that. But we'll see how that goes again. So overall, for those of you who know me or not, my research has been around the whole area of understanding images and videos, but mostly videos. So the kinds of stuff that my team has done for many years now, decades now, is how do you analyze information from cameras that are moving around in dynamic environments, capturing videos and stuff like that. Also done a lot of work in dynamic environments, so recognizing behaviors and activities and stuff like that. Modeling actions, also getting robots to kind of respond to those types of situations. And more recently, I've been also working a lot more on trying to understand and misrepresented information and stuff like that. That's the overall theme of what we kind of do. I was hearing about the Aspire program and stuff like that. Some past connections, many of us. I was funded by the HID program, which was much more one of the earlier efforts, human identification at a distance, which was an earlier effort of trying to get towards recognition of people in imagery that were far in small pixels and stuff like that. But again, it's something which remains. But the big thing that remains in my realm for many years has been this whole area about trying to understand dynamic information in videos as it changes. So with that, one of the few observations I'd like to make is that time in a signal is actually sometimes much better behaved than space. And what I mean by that is if you see something, and of course you can do things like correspond or track it and stuff like that, figure out to segment it. You can use that to understand things over time. So for example, these types of simple caricatures that I'm showing here, just by showing you a few of these in sequence. And now, of course, using a prior that I know what the first instance is and what the future ones will look like, potentially, I can actually do a much better job of actually understanding the dynamics of the scene. So this again, caricatures show that once I know what the object would be of interest, and I can actually, even with very low resolution, see more instances of that, I should be able to understand, interpret, and model the dynamics of the scene. So that pretty much is one of the earlier premises that has been kind of a foundation of a whole lot of work that my team has been doing for many years. And basically the idea is that how can you actually look at a video sequence? Now remember, in computer vision, we used to do a lot of work on motion analysis, and many of us are still working on that kind of stuff. And it was driven by simply the observation that even the earlier cameras, which were basically stacking frames next to each other, as early as 1877, were about looking at sequences over time of actions, behaviors, and stuff like that. So in fact, arguably, the foundation of the video camera, based on beyond things like entertainment, was also to kind of start looking at behaviors. And these are actually images from late 1800s of people actually understanding and recognizing behaviors in sequences over time. So that kind of reads, to me, that motion analysis remains a big issue. Of course, the big challenge is in computer vision, if you start doing this on extended sequences, you're dealing with a lot of data. Now, I know these days in the world of CNNs and deep networks and stuff like that, we know how to deal with data, but still that kind of data is hard. So a large premise that we've been doing in my team has been really kind of understanding is that once I see an instance, it's one thing. Can I use that in a supervised or semi-supervised or even low shot types of methods to understand what those look like over time? Can you actually do a much better job of categorizing them? Foundationally based on this kind of stuff. I do like to show this video. Where is my mouse there? Some of you may have seen this. It's a video from, again, it's hard to see this because it's occluded by the nice logo on top. I don't know if there's a way to kind of hide those.
Under more, click under more.
More there.
Next one over. Then video panel.
Video panel.
No, hide controls, floating controls. Next one.
There we go. So again, from 44, early days of everything like this. And here you see a video of a lot of behaviors. It's almost storytelling per se, right? There's a triangle, and many of us hardcore computer vision people might see that there might be a room with a door because the actions of doors were there and stuff like that. People actually attest to it almost like violence. There is, a triangle about to hit a smaller triangle, and the size also gives out a lot of information. So very low spatial information, but a lot of rich temporal information. And these types of narratives come in. And in fact, this video was done as a psychological experiment. And the question that was asked was, what do you see? And, you can see things, again, by functional things like closing doors and all that kind of stuff, right? And, somebody sneaking in. In this great era of HD videos and stuff, look at the quality of this crap. Okay, and you can still kind of understand what's going on over time. The thing that's gotten interesting is this ability to look over an extended period of time and kind of using inference mechanisms to support it. Now, of course, for those of you who know me, I also work a lot more on creation parts of it. We'll talk about that a little bit too. That is how you kind of create these types of situations. Some people actually even liken this. If you show this to people in India, they actually think of this as a Bollywood movie, by the way.
It's a Bollywood movie. It's a love story.
Sorry. So again, most observers elaborate stories about the circle and little triangle, big bad block rectangle trying to steal away the circle, blah, blah. Really complicated stuff comes out. So that kind of gives you a sense of at least why the sequence types of things in video might be interesting. Okay. So yes, my team has done a lot of work on activity recognition. I'm just showcasing some examples. We basically did work many years ago on trying to recognize things that are happening on a soccer field even before they happened. That is predicting based on how these really interesting agents, these soccer players, what they're about to do before they do it, because they predict what's going on. In fact, this was the beautiful part of this paper was some of your ice hockey fans may know that Wayne Gretzky used to have the statement, good hockey players know where the puck is, better ones know where the puck will be. these players are really intentional agents, predict what's going to happen. We basically build a system by tracking players, understanding again where they would kind of go. And basically what was interesting was as soon as player X got the ball, player Y would move at the right position to catch the ball from them. When player Y would move there, the defenders would also notice that and move closer to that one. An interesting analysis we did, we actually ran this analysis on the EA games for soccer. And in there, the agents were not that intentionally that enriched. So they would just cluster around where the ball would be. And they were not seeing that, but we did this for soccer, we did this for basketball, and we could actually start seeing a lot of behaviors.
Players will love a certain age.
I'm sorry?
So players will love a certain age, right? If you try 6-year-olds.
Well, of course,
Yeah,
yeah, just where the ball is, and in fact, they don't even know where the goal is, they just want to, my ball, give it to me. But yeah, that kind of behavior, intentionality comes in. And in fact, the holy grail of all of the work on activity recognition was to recognize intentionality, right? That is, what can we do, predict and ask, these types of things. So we did a lot of work on that kind of stuff. In fact, the other thing which was also done for various types of DARPA grants and stuff like that, examples of predicting where the turns will be, where the traffic would be, anomalies. Somebody's going in the wrong direction. Somebody's doing the wrong kinds of things. Things nowadays actually really important, even in autonomous driving, looking at signals and stuff like that. Some of the recent work, we've also extended this to start getting into much more complex types of actions that could be assembly based, that is assembling things. So, fixing tires on a car. We've actually now done analysis of cooking videos on YouTube to learn what's going on. And by the way, the field is gone, there is a YouTube cooking data set and all that kind of stuff out there. Really complicated set of behaviors. And now, of course, the interesting part of it, language plays in, right? We're actually now trying to bring in understanding of language to help us predict it. So this becomes a multimodal problem. One end, I do have a lot of pixels, I do have a lot of video, but now can we actually start using other types of things? So that's part of what is getting very interesting and that we've been working on. I do refer you to my papers on this side. There's lots of stuff on this, but today what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk a little bit about a few different things. No jokes. I mean, this is amongst friends here. I was at a talk recently and I was told that do not keep on talking about your well-known work because you've already gotten an H index of that work above where you need it to be. Start talking about work that nobody's ever heard of. And hopefully you guys will refer to it because that's going to help my students who need a better H index than me. So today, we're going to talk about stuff that's new, somewhat kind of, in early stages. Sometimes, of course, these days, I know CVPR has these rules where I talk about some papers, some new stuff going on. Of course, these days, everything is on archive, right? My team is also in that space. We do a lot of work in that space too. So today, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the newer work, some not so new, some are actually about a few years old, and where we're going with this stuff. I'm going to also show you a lot of stuff like that. The papers are listed here, just relatively new stuff. And of course, there are lots of unpublished work that you should be able to find it. Few disclaimers. I've been giving a lot of talks, and one of the things I like to do is kind of set the stage a little bit. I also give talks to medical conferences. Medical conferences have this very well-defined disclaimers. This is not as good as that one. I also do work for Google. This work is purely my Georgia Tech work. I will refer to some Google work also, but I'm here representing myself. None of this is supposed to be Google statements, okay? Just to be clear on this kind of stuff. So I will make overarching claims about some really complicated processes and efforts. I will also not be citing everybody under the sun. I will also not try to get into baselines and benchmarks, though I will refer to some of them because that's the name of the field these days. Let's get started with this. And again, feel free to interrupt. You will tell me when I have to end. Okay, we have until when? Easy. So this is some work we did on basically now getting into this whole concept of using navigation of hard scenes and understanding what's going on and using a little bit of the same idea that pixels and motion is important, but additional semantics may be helpful. Okay, so here we basically want to ask the question, if you're about to enter you entered your friend's new apartment and now you're exploring. What's going on? Can you actually start kind of understanding what's going on? So here's an example. Watch this video. Hopefully technology will work. And you know, your first person view of an environment, you're walking around. And as you can notice, a lot of things are going on, and you know, lots of stuff that you see, and you of course leave. Okay, so now comes the question. Can you ask her a few simple questions about what was about the house? Was there a couch in the living room? Yes. Okay. How many pillows were on it? You saw the talk before. Now, just no, 4. Similarly, you know, and can you find your way back to the bathroom in this thing? Again, navigation, which is much more in this kind of still simplistic in this kind of words, but I mean, but now that requires you to have a much better semantic map of the environment, right? And remember, all I had in this instance was a egocentric first-person perspective, walking around. And once I left the room, I pretty much left the knowledge of that. So I now have to start thinking about memory and all that kind of wonderful stuff to keep me grounded. So that's partly one of the goals here is now, how do you kind of extend the window of time? Remember, time is my friend. Now also bringing in all of the semantics to help this kind of stuff. So how do in these agents provide capabilities so they actually now recognize and remember things like this? Of course, the semantic mapping part is, of course, I can now, you know, SLAM is there and all that kind of stuff. I can get the trajectories of her agent in this kind of an environment. I can also capture a lot of beautiful high quality images because our cameras thankfully are much, much better. And I also can do things like, you know, build these types of map types of things. But what I also need to add in there is this whole issue around what is missing in this one. And partly one of that questions is some sort of memory, spatial memory that's connected to time as I move from one location to the other. And that's what kind of what we'll do. I won't get into a lot of technical details here. I'll show you a bunch of videos. The papers are there. They can give you more information. And more importantly, let's be very honest, my students who did the work know more about this stuff than I do. So here basically is kind of there. Now, I don't know if anybody's trying to ask questions. There are chat things and stuff like that. Are you monitoring that, Scott? Okay, thank you.
There was a chat message, there was an echo, but we saw that.
Okay, great, good. So with that, I'm not going to get into a whole lot of detail here, but basically, and again, let's try to see if we can hide this. Again, we can observe things over time. We have a lot of signal. We can encode this kind of information. And basically what we want to do with this is, come on. Yeah, you know, do all of the wonderful stuff that classification methods and stuff like that allow. But now we want to start saving things into this chunk of spatial memory. And of course, we want to kind of do this in a reliable manner. So we create this kind of a spatial memory tensor that we write everything into. So now we know where objects are and how we see them over time. And of course, we did a lot of work on how to even optimize this kind of memory. There's another whole bit of work one of my other students did, Eric Williams, who's done a lot of work on actually optimizing. And then there was even a NeurIPS paper on it just last month that gets into the technology of how do you kind of store all this information in there. So here basically allows you to kind of use these types of things over time. Of course, you know, we have to collect and use a lot of data. Matterport has a lot of high quality data. We also then actually got into using a little bit of the habitat data set. Again, as you notice, this was in collaboration with Drew Batra and a bunch of folks from both Google, from Facebook or Meta and Georgia Tech. And we were able to kind of start getting into a whole lot of this kind of using existing data with top-down semantic maps and point clouds of objects and stuff like that to tell us more about the environment. Using all of this kind of stuff, we can basically now start creating these forms of environments that basically use and take the first person vision types of things and actually build maps associated with this kind of stuff. Now, one more thing I'll add, this is new work that we actually haven't, I might not even get to it, is these kinds of things have changed now because nowadays we have something called NERF. NERF gives you high 3D scenes and much more compact representation and a lot of beautiful stuff. So now you can actually use NERF to this kind. That's something new we're working on right now. wide technology supported. But here we can actually start training on this one. Semantic map, basically we extract features from these types of environment and project them both from the pixels and segment those environments in the scene, but also look at how do you kind of project these labels back into the semantic memory types of things. So actually, going through both front and back, one basically using semantics, the other one using the pixels and appearances that we know a lot more about to do this. And of course, we do this kind of stuff. I'll show you examples, but I have to show these slides, these tables. And of course, as you know, by now, everybody in computer vision and machine learning know that every table has to have bold numbers, and those bold numbers are for the algorithm in the paper. There, you do template matching, except the paper. Qualitatively, we can see this kind of stuff again being built. And again, it does a very good job of matching to the ground truth by predicting where things are and where the agent is with respect to all of this. Okay, we will go to the next slide. Of course, this qualitatively also can be done and looked at many different ways. And again, this is what basically we're showing here. Now, what can you do with this kind of stuff? Well, we looked at various types of downstream applications that could be used to understand and kind of use this technology for different ways. So for an example here, now we do, pretty much like the questions that I asked before, right? Can you go find where the bathroom was or how many things were there? Well, go to the closest bed. It knows spatially where things are. It knows the semantics and can actually do that kind of reasoning to move around in a space. And again, this basically kind of talks about how we define these types of memory stacks and stuff like that. It can also start remembering the number of semantic objects, sofas, in the space. Then I'll be used for a variety of things. Here, I'm going to show you some examples, more of this kind of stuff. So this basically now is the final system. You're basically given a tour of an apartment. We basically create this whole representation of this semantic memory, which is basically stacked into the space. And now, once we have that, and also knowing a lot more about the objects and stuff like that from other scenes and stuff like that, we can navigate and also know a lot more about the semantic of the environment. And, when somebody says, oh, where was a certain object? You had seen it when you did your navigation in that space, and now it can walk you back. Thank you. I'm sorry. All right, so now let's, so one of the things we talked about was question and answering and types of things. Let's get into a little bit of that kind of stuff again with a little bit more of engagement and dialogue and types of things. And this is my student Huda, and I'm going to actually I was going to go through and show you a bunch of different types of things, but we don't have time, and I have actually 2 videos I wanted to show. So I'm going to just show you this video of hers, and she's going to talk through it, assuming the audio works. Video should have audio with it.
Not muted anymore. Second. Was it the top right of the video or?
Share sound, there it is.
That'll get it to Zoom.
See, what will we do without Terry? I mean,
to
Yeah.
artwork end-to-end multimodal representation learning for video dialogue. To start, let's first introduce the video dialogue task. The goal of the video dialogue task is to train an AI agent to answer
So it
questions
is
about
actually,
the
so
dynamic
it's
scene
both in
presented in
place
the
of the
video.
3D and
For
depth.
example,
So in
here
pixels
the
and
AI
depth. So we
agent
have
is
shape
presented with
information
a
as
short
much as
video of
the
human
RGB
performing some
sense of the
tasks.
light.
The end
So it's
user
not
can
complete
ask
volumetric, but
the
it's
following
depth.
questions. What is happening at the beginning of the video? The agent answers, a man is in front of a washing machine. The user asks a follow-up question. What is he doing? The agent answers, he puts several bunch of clothes into the machine.
I said, okay, should check that.
The
before.
user asks, after he puts
That's what I had done the first time I pointed at this.
them in the washing machine, what is next? Answers, he turns on the machine. And finally, the user asks, did he
Don't
talk
know
at
what
all
you
during the clip? The
This
agent
is live.
answers, there was really no other sound, except
Just a
we
second.
could hear him putting the vacuum away. Hello everyone, my name is Huda Lamri, and today I'm excited to present to you our work
Yeah, that's what, how do you get to your?
end multimodal representation learning for video dialogue. To start, let's first introduce the video dialogue task. The goal of the video dialogue task is to train an AI agent to answer questions about a dynamic scene presented in a video. For example, here the AI agent is presented with a short video of human performing some tasks. The end user can ask the following questions. What is happening at the beginning of the video? The agent answers, a man is in front of a washing machine. The user asks a
I'll take YouTube video. No, don't do this. This one is the one you want. This one's excellent.
While we're doing time.
Yeah.
This morning I asked GPT for a rendering of computer vision. And it said, there once was a tech called computer vision. You could see with great precision. It could detect a face, a crowded space, and make sure there was no creative. That's like a self-driving car.
Thankfully, it's not gonna put us all out of business yet.
No, wait, it's not. No, I mean, so it's not this, it's not playing. It's not-
Right.
It's played on YouTube correctly.
So I'm gonna do YouTube.
What about that symbol with the speaker and the
I think that means the projector is muted.
We don't see that symbol here.
Audio going to play now.
questions. What is happening at the
Speaker. Is it getting confused by the
beginning
HDMI
of the
audio?
video? The agent answers, a man is in front of a washing machine.
Video is playing.
The
on
user
something.
asks a follow-up question. What is he doing? The agent answers, he puts several bunch of clothes into the machine. The user asks, after he puts them in,
Machine what is next. The agent answers, he turns on the machine.
Let's see, we're on Zoom. I think I lost Zoom.
To start,
See Zoom.
I did Zoom call.
That's a great question. Don't worry, apparently they heard it in Zoom.
Hello, everyone. My name is Fidel.
Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it.
Aims to make multimodal representation learning for video dialogue. To start, let's first introduce the video dialogue task. The goal of the video dialogue task is to train an AI agent to answer questions about the dynamic scene presented in the video. For example, here the AI agent is presented with a short video of human performance and tasks. The end user can ask the following questions. What is happening at the beginning of the video? The agent answers, a man is in front of a washing machine. The user asks a follow-up question, what is he doing? The agent answers, he puts several hundred.
I'm gonna go through and try to forward a little bit on this.
The video dialogue task represents a challenging multimodal learning problem. For the agent to provide an accurate response, it must grab its responses in the visual data, the audio, and the previous sectors. This task has received considerable interest from the community over the past few years. Many models have been proposed and have achieved new state-of-the-art performance records. For example, Lee et al. Represented a pre-trained GPT model that is utilized and extended using individual features that are pre-extracted from
I'm gonna forward that, sorry.
The study demonstrated that most models are biased towards the textual information, while the visual features are not contributing substantially to our performance. Our goal in this work is to address this limited utilization of visual information in the video dialogue task by making the models more visually aware. We propose a new framework that combines the 3D CNN network and a transformer-based network into a single visual encoder to extract a more robust semantic representations from the video.
So
these visual features are effectively combined with the text.
So the basic idea here is that, many people have been doing this kind of transformer models with language to understand what's going on. We're basically now connecting those objects and stuff like that that are in the language word with what's also in the scene. So bringing in a lot of the activity recognition types of things into the whole realm of connecting and basically acting transformers and stuff like that with the language words. So this is more of multimodal fusion. And that's why we call it more of an end-to-end, where basically we're bringing in more visual features, connecting them to the language word itself. I'll show you some examples of this one. This is actually quite a long video, and now we don't have time for it, especially since I want to show you some more examples. We'll skip over the technical details.
The dataset consists of dialogues grounded in human-based action videos from Sherry's dataset. In total, there are around 8,000 dialogues for training, 190 for validation, and 180 for testing. For the results, first we report the results for the—
Those bold numbers are there.
Encoder decoder end-to-end to generate a natural response, and we evaluate the model using the common natural language generation evaluation metrics. We compare our model with several state-of-the-art models, and as we can see here, our model outperforms these models across the different evaluations.
So far.
We also trained the model for the retrieval task. In the retrieval task, the model is given the same inputs as the geometric task, but the goal is to retrieve the correct answer from a pool of candidate answers by outputting a ranking of the candidate answers based on the similarities between the answers embeddings and the used input data embeddings. This setting allows for direct evaluation of the encoded modalities without the decoder performance. First, we evaluate the performance.
Okay, I'm going to skip over this one.
My name is—
and I'm going to actually move to the end. So overall, as I said, the basic idea really was how do you kind of bring in visual features to kind of support all of this. Now, finally, I'm going to now push on this whole, we introduced the whole concept of transformers in this context, but let's now push on the whole world of video a lot more to support this. So this is some new work, one that I was talking about that is in the category of currently unpublished, but still out there. And let's watch this.
We introduce the mass generated video transformer, or MAGVIT, to tackle various video synthesis tasks with a single model. MAGVIT performs against state-of-the-art approaches and establishes the best published FVD on 3 video generation benchmarks.
The goal is to generate videos.
600 data set, MAGVIT yields a 39% improvement over the previous test result. A single MAGVIT model can accommodate multiple generation tasks, such as frame prediction, frame interpolation, video encoding, class conditional video generation. MAGVIT is trained in 2 stages. In the first stage, we run a DQR encoder to quantize a video into discrete tokens in both spatial and temporal dimensions. In the second stage, we run a transformer mass token modeling. The inputs to the transformer mass visual tokens plus condition tokens, and the model will predict the tokens at the mask positions. Now let's discuss the new techniques introduced in MAGVIT. In the first stage, we design a 3D architecture to quantize a video 3D with high reconstruction quality. Here we compare the original and reconstructed video in YouTube 240p resolution. Our model quantized the video by a factor of 4 in time, a factor of 64 in height and width, using a codebook of 1024. This represents a total compression rate of over 600. In the second stage, we design an embedding method for mass token modeling to facilitate multi-task learning. At each training set, we sample a prompt indicating the task and create a task-specific conditional mask. Different from prior works, we propose a novel masking method to embed video conditions inside the mask, as shown in the yellow box. On the right side, we illustrate the conditional masks for different tasks. During inference, MAGVIT uses non-autoaggressive decoding to generate a video in just a few steps. Here we show an eye-painting example with intermediate decoding outputs. Our novel approach performs a conditional transition process for the output while gradually refining the condition tokens marked in yellow. A MAGVIT model supports up to 10 generation tasks, including frame prediction, frame interpolation, vertical outpainting, horizontal outpainting, central outpainting, and dynamic outpainting, central inpainting, dynamic inpainting, class conditional generation.
So the big idea here is that we're using now a transformer. So now, as you see, everybody these days gotten into this world of GPTs and transformers and autoencoders and stuff like that. And of course, you can now even bring in text as example of ChatGPT, or even things like Imagine or DaVinci 2. You input text, you get videos, or you get images. Imagine video and DaVinci video types of things are also doing, and Make a Video now actually doing videos also, right? You can write in a small story and it generates a video of different types of things. The big instance here is that we're not actually doing the language part. We're actually figuring out how to do the autoencoder decoder using a transformer for video synthesis. Why am I saying this? Is remember, I started off my whole conversation by saying is pixels are important, but pixels over time are more important. Here, basically, now we're taking that information is that by using a simple set of pixels at certain time, we can now basically fill in the gaps. That's where the infilling comes in, or is there pixels missing? We can fill those types of things in. The class conditional type is, now I can basically say, give an example of a waterfall, and it can generate more waterfalls based on understanding the class conditional of looking for other waterfalls that are like it and filling in the holes for waterfalls. But now actually we can start kind of generating signals based on a whole lot of additional stuff. This is based on a simple observation. In the old days of computer vision, when we were doing a whole lot of learning stuff, and I used to do a lot of work on computation photography, the idea was always what you see is what you get. You have to have seen something to be able to generate it, right? You could do view morphing, you could do a whole lot of interpolation and stuff. Change that now we're seeing is as we get a lot more data and all of these encoder methods and GAN types of methods and stuff like that, is we can now start synthesizing things that we may not have seen by doing combinations. of different types of things. So now basically we're getting to this world where we can start synthesizing. Remember, I was saying is pixels are important, but over time, the story of those pixels is also important. We can start kind of doing these types of, now, of course, here I'm not doing anything as complicated as saying is generate, a story of a movie or something like that. There are examples, I think you may have seen examples of Finaki and Imagine Video that are doing that kind of stuff too. But here we're basically saying is we can actually do a lot of work on the pixel synthesis generation that's content and context driven.
And class conditional frame prediction. The first 8 tasks are self-supervised learning tasks. The last 2 tasks use the class annotations. Aside from visual quality, it performs efficiently in synthesizing videos. We estimate MAGDIP as 1 to 2 orders of magnitude in the video diffusion model and the autoregressive model. The base variant of MAGDIP runs 37 FPS on a single B100 GPU. Given a video, our model can turn into a panoramic video by applying video painting 5 times on both sides. Here is another example. We will show more generated videos for each task. Here are frame prediction results generated, where the input is the first frame in the first column, and the model predicts the next 15 frames. On the right, we show frame interpolation, in which the input is the first and last frame. The model creates the animation in the frames. Here we show the video of implementing matchmaking results, where the input video is shown on the left. Last but not least, our model can synthesize videos from a class description and a class plus the first frame, the example shown on the right. This model is only trained in a public dataset called something V2. In addition, MAGDIP learns.
So this is where actually it gets very interesting is first frame, a little bit of class description. We can generate things like, oh, I have an object touching and I can show you picking up that object. I can do, different types of things, first frame of sewing, but knowing what the sewing action is, we can show you videos of sewing action. So you really kind of now bring in semantic hole filling for these types of things. And then within reason for a short few frames here and there, and it gets, I can give it boundaries from begin and end types of things.
To synthesize videos in diverse and distinct visual domains. The models trained on a public dataset can predict future frames in autonomous driving.
Of course, it doesn't know about camera geometry, so that's why you see the cup actually being worked. All right, I'm out of time. I'm not going to summarize or anything like that for today, but you basically, the reason I wanted to show you the last part was to kind of start saying is this world of pixels and videos is actually getting really complicated. Of course, ethics and all those issues aside, I'm not even talking about that, but the real concept of now we can actually start getting pixels that we may have seen in some other representation somewhere else. Now we can use that to generate these types of things. How does that connect back to the action recognition, action synthesis stuff? One, of course, the interesting thing is we should be able to do more synthesis of examples. So as you know, that the whole, real game types of things was we could do a lot of synthesis. Well, the question is now, can we synthesize more of these things? Now, what biases does that bring? That's a question too. With that, thank you so much. Sorry for taking extra time. Thanks, Terry, for helping with this thing. Thanks for asking me to come over and give a talk. Appreciate it.
Question?
Yep.
Coherence is self-supervised training with added actions that are temporal. And what do you think, where do you see this, the value of this method
So at present, there is a mask-based method here. So we need to look for a foreground object versus a background one. And we prioritize the foreground object over time and get you the best possible resolution of it. And at present, it's really dependent on the semantics of the foreground object to do this. So that's one. In videos, really, the biggest challenge is scene cuts, right? It doesn't know anything about what's likely to come next. So that kind of stuff in synthesis is where the narrative kind of becomes more important, is much harder. So these are examples of creating short snippets to be able to fill in the holes more and more, and using that to generate short snippets from 1 frame or 5 frames. And so in the compression artifacts you saw, there was some blurriness in edges showing up just because that's the nature of the beast. At present, it doesn't have the view data, so it doesn't know about camera operations, but the framework does allow that if I actually had given it and trained on 3D data, remember my earlier comment about nerves, because that kind of stuff is going to come into play with this, is nerve types of things is going to start giving me 3D representations. So we can now actually do view morphing types of things much better too. So the bottom line is, there's one argument, what I said is what you see is all you get, but now can you show it more and actually do any kind of semi-supervised training and labeling of this kind of stuff will expand the possibility of what you can do with this stuff. Yes, sir.
First, can you use much?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm over.
So the images the Boston showed, they look nice, but have you done things where humans are very sensitive to kinds of things like, so seeing other humans is a really interesting test. But when I look at the activity kinds of stuff, right? Moving humans look funky, like a couple of warping movements. No one really cares. You see somebody's face doing weird things, or the legs like rubbery, whatever. Might be too much for us. So have you done any of those measurements?
So we are getting into a little bit of A/B testing on some of these outputs, but even if you have looked at any of the both diffusion methods and transformer-based methods, they're terrible at some obvious things. For example, they're terrible at human teeth. They're terrible at fingers. Now we can start kind of adding constraints to say humans have, 4 fingers and a thumb. You can start adding those types of additional constraints and you can do a much better job. You will also, just like any other stuff, seen a lot more examples of this kind of synthesis going towards artistic outputs. Like, what does it look like when Van Gogh would have painted that video? Because partly, I think what Terry pointed out is, artistic stuff we're willing to be much more forgiving of because, it's supposed to be creative and stuff like that. But now the question comes up is, how can we change, for lack of better words, it's kind of come down to prompt engineering. Can you now start making your prompts in the world of language to video types of things in the large language models? How do you define the right kinds of prompts to make sure that you constrain it down to the exact types of things? I mean, there was an example of ChatGPT. I don't know if you guys noticed that now there is actually an additional thing you can say for ChatGPT that is, something like, oh, please add typos. And now it adds typos. And of course, the typos it adds in ChatGPT are much more structured typos, not exactly like the kinds of things that you would have, partly because it doesn't know about those typo data and stuff like that. You can even add it or make it sound like a 4-year-old. Those kinds of things. Again, as long as you have, and this leads to your example, is if you have other data that actually does this kind of stuff, then you can now connect back to it. But the problem does remain is, are you going to generate completely synthetic, realistic types of pixels that are going to completely have, no blurriness and all that kind of stuff? That remains an open question. The problem I have with where we are going with this is, for some reason, our society is actually becoming more forgiving of crappy content. I mean, we just basically assume, oh, it's blurry because signal was bad or somebody didn't do a good job, and I'm going to admit it. And, remember I talked about this whole misinformation part. That's where we get into that of trying to understand is, why are people consuming bad, incorrect data? We're very happy to do it. I don't know if all of you most probably don't look young enough or old enough to be using TikTok, but that's another whole domain where quality of content is changing right in front of us. But I don't know, that's a little bit more philosophical answer than perhaps Terry wanted. Any other questions? Yep.
So language using that positive makes it usually easy. Usually, one of the big problem was there's coherency, of course, but there's no completely positive conception. But I think after this talk, you could say it's more of a not really about logic, but more about personality and this time dimension has exactly you remember the physics of the time.
I completely agree. I mean, causality, in fact, I didn't get into it today. I usually talk a lot about causality in videos because you've seen something, what's likely you're going to see next is based on what you see as a state right now and what you're going to see later. So in case of, there's a very earlier work, some of people here actually been in the vision field for a while. In the 80s, there was a researcher called Brian Funk who basically had these pictorial representations of objects on top of each other. And then basically just show them. And basically the question was, and this was both human studies and also vision studies, is it going to fall? Because, if you turn on gravity, there's some imbalance and it's going to fall. Using that kind of physical reasoning is going to become important when we start kind of using the grounding. So for example, and this relates to a whole lot of stuff. We did this in our early days of HID. Kevin was part of that effort too in HID, right, Kevin? People walk on ground. There's a geometric context. Trees usually come up from the ground. And if they're moving a little bit on top because of the wind. That kind of causal reasoning can be used to kind of remove a lot of other types of motions that perhaps are not there. And using that causality, and in fact, how do we know about picking up objects? Is because we've seen a lot of examples of picking up objects. We did this work a while ago that basically started looking at images and figuring out the gravity vector just from images itself and how things move. And using the gravity vector allowed us to really kind of figure out where the ground plane is, where the clouds are. And also, if you look at social photography, and nowadays, of course, it's beautiful. Cameras have their own proprioceptive abilities, right? Because they have a gyroscope. So it knows when you're pointing down versus you're pointing up. And you can use that in addition to the vision sensor to be able to kind of extract more higher level reasoning. If you have a camera and if you're outdoors, you're most probably seeing the sky. If you're pointing down, you might be seeing ground, and then actually using that kind of inferences helps. And this is something which is becoming very important as much higher level of sensors are coming in to help with that. I can get into causality a lot more if you want, but we're going to stop. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to move now into the session of talks from papers that were submitted. I have to change my sharing here. And the first presenter is going to be David Bowie from Oak Ridge National Labs, who's going to tell us about the Breyer dataset. And just a moment. Share. There you go.
All right, thank you, Scott. So I'm going to be introducing you all into a new data set that we've been collecting at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. If you look at the list of authors here, you can see it's extensive. This is a big, complex project, and it's taken a lot of people to pull together the data set. So I got to give a lot of credit to my team and the hard work they put into doing this work. To start out, I'm going to give you guys a very brief introduction to Breyer. So Breyer is biometric recognition and identification at altitude and range. That means that we are looking at how do we collect long distance imaging, both for face and body recognition from extreme ranges, think on the order of 300 to 1,000 meters. Also, the elevation piece of this is how do we do recognition when we're talking about top-mounted cameras or UAVs. So very challenging. So we got to collect data to cover all those things. That's I'm going to move on, but Dr. Lars Eriksson is going to give in his talk a much more in-depth introduction into Briar, and then I think I'll give you enough to follow this conversation here. At the bottom, to give you some context, where we fit in the program, it's a typical IRAPA 4-year program, but we've got 7 R&D teams that are doing some interesting work in this area. I've gotten a kind of behind the scenes look at what they're doing, and I think there are going to be some good talks later in this session. The Oak Ridge team is actually under the T&E piece of the program, which means we are more in support of the government. We have a couple of roles. We are collecting this data set to support the research that goes on in the program, and then we are also conducting the evaluations at the end of the phases to basically figure out how the program is doing and where to go next. So with that said, I want to tell you guys that this talk will probably run a little long. Scott, before you pulled me off, remember that I'm going to be grading your final exam at the end of the phase, and also that has asked me to add a few slides to this presentation that he thinks is very important. So with
You can keep going. I just want to make sure I'm sharing the wrong thing so that people out in Zoom land are seeing it kind of weird, but please go ahead and I'll
all right. Can we flip to the next slide? Or one more. All right, so let's introduce this in the context of what we're looking for in the data set. So we've got a diverse set of challenges here that we are trying to cover. We are looking at challenges with image enhancement and turbulence mitigation. We need to cover the atmospheric effects that we're going to see out in the field. We've got challenges with person detection and tracking. I think these are some of the easier challenges. Of person detection seems to be well suited for Briar. What I'd say Briar hard data kind of going into this. There's long distance face recognition. This is a long running need that the US government and others have expressed in the biometrics area. We are exploring and charging ahead with gait recognition and anthropometry, whole body recognition in a big new way with what we're doing with this data set. And then also looking at algorithm fusion. So how do we fuse face, body, and gait, and any other features that these R&D teams care to bring to the table. The data collection is actually taking place in 8 parts. The paper that we have in this covers the first 2 parts that we've already collected. Our collections are about 6 months apart, and we're trying to get about 450 subjects each time. The purpose here is we want to collect enough data and interesting content to support the sort of deep learning research that goes on to actually solve some of these more challenging problems. Yes. Oh, hold on. All right, so there is a lot of diversity in the data set as it stands right now. One of the my personal goals and the goals of the Oak Ridge team is to deliver the best possible data, in some cases very recognizable. In this case, I've got some examples at 200, 400, and 500 meters for the long range portion of the data set. You can see that in these particular images and videos, there's some good face detail. The hope here is that this would be easier content and early success for the Briar program in terms of data that we can actually show success out to ranges like 500 meters and potentially beyond. Now that's not the only part of the story. The next part of the story is that if you reconfigure the cameras or you don't get good weather, we run into significant challenges. So we're looking at the same sort of distances in these images here. As you can see, 100 meters, we're seeing compression artifacts that'll cause challenge. You don't see the video, but the other two, the 400, 500 meter, we're seeing a lot of turbulence in this case, and you can see that causes blurring and challenges with the extracting facial features. So another piece of the way I see my job is I've got a lot of talented researchers on these R&D teams, and I don't want them to get bored over the next few years. So appreciate that, Rama. I'll see what I can do, but I think you're out of luck. All right, so and then this last little slide here, this kind of gives you some views from the elevated data sets. You can see that certainly in some of the UAV cases, you've got very small people in big videos and extreme angles. We'll touch on that a little bit more, but I'm going to skip to save time. So in terms of how do we actually get this data, for the ground piece and the range piece of the collection, we're looking at caught surveillance cameras as kind of the foundation of what we're doing more up close. So what we've found is that caught surveillance cameras are good out to maybe 200 to 300 meters if you get very good ones. But beyond that, there are very few kind of pre-built caught surveillance cameras that are suitable for collecting high quality biometric data at longer ranges. That's where the long range custom cameras comes in. So this is basically what we're doing here is Oak Ridge is designing and piecing together camera systems that are using very high-end optics, range optics. We do have a few specialty commercial systems, military systems that we deploy out at these ranges. But what we're trying to do here is basically push the physical limits, the physics limits of what we can do with optics and sensors to get good cameras out to extreme ranges. And then on the last column here, you can see some of the UAV platforms that we're deploying to get the high angle elevated data. In many cases, these are actual platforms that are deployed various places in the US government. Where we can't do that, we're picking up surrogates or similar platforms and trying to fly those to get data that is applicable to real world problems. There are two pieces of the collection. The first one is an indoor controlled setting. And think about this as this is your gallery data. These are mug shots and passport photos. The diagram you see here is kind of the mapping of how we bring people in and get them through the different stations we need to do. So we've got intake, we take some measurements, height and weight. This station right here in let's see, that'd be the lower left corner, basically mug shots, except we've added an elevation component to those mug shots. Station 3, full 360 images and elevation images of the body. So you get a good set of body photographs to put into your gallery. And then we have two walking stations. One is more of a standard gait recognition setup where we have the person walk along a track to get controlled gait data. The other one, this is indoor, is more of a open-ended. We have the person walk around randomly and use their cell phone, so we get a variety of data indoors that we can use to compare to the outdoor data that I'm going to talk about next. Right, so what you see here is just a sample of the sort of data that comes out of the indoor piece of our collection. You've got a controlled walk in the video on the right there. If you can't see it, we've actually got an array of cameras on that walking track right there so that we get data from all angles as that person walks back and forth. All right, so for the outdoor collection, that's where things get more interesting. This slide actually might be new to the Breyer R&D teams. What you see here is a big picture overview of how our collection sites are set up. We've done 2 collections. They're labeled BGC1 on the left and BGC2 on the right. What we're trying to do with the outdoor is capture the person from a variety of different distances, different angles, all at the same time. You can see on the BGC1 side, it's a very linear setup where we've got 500-meter cameras going out one side and 200-meter cameras going out the other. We also have UAVs circling overhead at all times, as well as cameras on masts and on the ground up close that we can use for comparison. The BGC1 also in the lower left corner there has the tent that we use to do the controlled indoor collections. That was done because that happened near the beginning of the pandemic, so we couldn't use indoor spaces. For BGC2, you see we kind of have it's more of a wedge, so we kind of have an arc of cameras set up. Now this arc is 1 kilometer in one direction and 500 meters in other directions. We're almost covering like a square kilometer of space across this arc, all collecting back to the little box with the little star pattern in it. That's where we put our subjects to walk back and forth and do their activities. All right, and what you see here, hold on a second. Okay, so we have a number of different activities that we do outside. First activity is a standing session. So the person stands in the middle of the square and basically faces in 8 different directions. This captures the person from all angles on our long distance cameras, which gives opportunity to test recognition in those different angles, or terrain recognition in those different angles. So that's one piece of it. We have a structured walk. It's not animated here, but basically we walk in all 8 directions to get the body and the gait from a variety of directions. And then the last one here is a random walk plus cell phone use. So the person will walk around randomly for a while. That's to generate interesting new poses and data that we aren't expecting. And then also using cell phone as kind of our first scenario in terms of, different activity. Now, as we're going, we're going to add more scenarios, and we've already done that in the next collections. This right here is just kind of a set of videos showing different challenges. This first one is talking about what you can see with turbulence. In terms of turbulence, we're measuring this, and we basically have 3 different categories. There's division into high, medium, and low. But the challenges go beyond that. Some of the R&D teams, when I sit in these meetings, they've actually defined a 4th category. So it goes high, or it goes low, medium, high, and then crazy or insane. So they've added a few different categories. This probably goes in the insane category. But you can see, certainly at the longer distances over the hot road, you get a lot of turbulence. Probably I'm guessing either 100, 200 meters, and you can see it's a very clear video. These were probably taken about the same time. The UAV certainly presents different challenges. There's a broad variety of different camera systems that go on these platforms. It's interesting, the little quadcopters, we can get those in closer, and they often have very nice high resolution cameras, great for recognition. The one you saw there rotating around the site, that's a fixed wing. Those are constantly moving. They're farther off standoff. They have to deal with more turbulence and atmospheric effects. And so those videos can certainly be a challenge. What else do we have here? Oh, this is a good comparison between a hovering quadcopter and, let's see if I can play this other video. Yeah, so there's a comparison between a quadcopter and a fixed wing. Actually, in this one, this is actually BGC3 video, and you can see we've got a different scenario here with the person carrying a box around. And so we're doing a box moving activity, we've got a backpack activity, and we're going to add some more things over time. All right, so I've got a couple slides here that are just kind of big picture summaries of what we've got. If you look at this slide, we're listing out the weather. You can see that we're using, we typically deploy something like 40 to 50 sensors. I think if you add those up, we're certainly at 40. I think we're at 40 or 40 plus now with the collections we're doing. We're actually running one collection this month. You can see subject counts. We're targeting 400 each collection. That's pretty challenging to do, but so far we've done a pretty good job with it. If you look at the bottom, the data set size. So we've got 5,300 hours of video and approaching 100,000 images with this first piece of the data. So that, I think that is 1/8 of the data set. 10 terabytes. Now that does not include lossless data. The problem with the lossless data is we have it, we don't know, or we're just now figuring out how do we push that out to the team so that they can use it. I'm not sure if they have the storage space to get it from us. So certainly still challenges in terms of moving the data around. This is the summary of our second collection. We did a great job on subject counts for this one. So the sensors are going to be pretty similar. Let's see if we have it here. Okay, and then you can see the data set size on this one is slightly bigger. We're distributing the BGC. And now it's the part that we're distributing is actually slightly smaller, but there may be more to come with that one. All right. Do I have time or should I accelerate? All right, I'll talk briefly about curation and annotation. So what you've seen so far is a lot about, how do we go out and collect the data? But once we've collected it, we can't just throw it at our R&D teams and expect them to do something great with it. There's a lot of curation that goes on with it. I'm not going to talk through this diagram. You can go read the paper. But this kind of outlines our annotation process. There's I'll say automated, semi-automated, and manual pieces to this process. You can see some of the automatic annotations on these figures here. What do I want to say about this? So I'll tell you that one of the things that we found particularly challenging is getting the manual annotations out in time. And the problem here is once we bring the data set in, we basically have to understand it so that we can chop out the pieces that need to go off for the manual annotation, because that part's pretty costly. So there's some time lag in getting those pieces together. to go out for manual annotation. Once we have those, our partner Sama is an annotation company. It takes them a little while to get through the data. They may be better than we are at keeping up with this sort of thing. It's their job. But then once they have annotated the data, that comes back to us. And then the next challenge on our side is how do we take that and line it back up with the original data set so that we can put those together. So that is coming out soon. That's one of the things that we're currently working on. And then we'll wrap up with a few conclusions. All right, so we're looking at 6 more events that we're conducting data collection events. So we are currently working on number 4. That's going to happen this month. Each time we're trying to do new geographic regions to get interesting weather or a different diversity of population in our data sets. Over the course of the program, we're targeting 3,600 subjects, human subjects that will go into the data set. Data set releases, we're targeting about 3 months after collection. The release will come out. And in let's see, the last piece of this is if you have questions about this, this is not a public data set. Anybody who receives it needs to have a government sponsor. And so it is available outside Briar, but you need a government sponsor and a good reason to get access to it. So I guess that's it. Any questions?
I guess I have 2 questions. The first is very superficial. At BGC 1, there's like this white stuff on the ground. What is it? Where did it come from?
I'll look to my team. Do you know what he's talking about?
Yeah, there's like a chalky kind of thing going on, like it's in UAV here, right?
Yeah, these elevated views. I believe it's just gravel and sand. It's kind of a gravelly hilltop that we're on. We're at the edge of there's a little parking area on top of this hilltop. And so I think it's just overflow gravel.
The more substantive question, earlier you said that the detecting and tracking part doesn't seem like it's the biggest of the challenges. Do you have some specific sort of, I don't know, data you reference on that, or is it just sort of subjectively looking at it? It seems like the body box is pretty good.
Yeah, so when we got started with the automatic annotation pieces, I think we are still using off-the-shelf open source person detectors for that process. And we have not had to modify this. I think the face detection boxes are a bit more challenging. We've done some enhancement there. But in terms of finding big portions of the data set where it was not working well, we have not found those. It tends to be, we'll have some gap issues and stuff like that, but it's working pretty well for our purposes. Okay. Yeah.
Data set not being public probably means that it's never really become an academic fact standard in the field. If you look across our world of computer vision, there's data sets that are restricted and like definition of national community and so on. It isn't conceivable. I was talking to people about it. It's conceivable to have at least a subset of the data that could be public at some point.
So the question is, or the concern is that the data set being not being a public data set, it's not going to become an academic standard. And so could we do a subset? I don't know that that's feasible. There are a couple challenges. One, it would be a question for IARPA. Do we want to take it in that direction? The other challenge is with respect to our IRB. Currently, the consent that we're doing, I don't think would allow it. At least not without approval from a government sponsor. So those are the challenges that we're looking at, and might be a good question for the Dr. Erickson's talk in a minute. Yes.
Is EO only, or are you guys in IR third one to remote?
We are collecting thermal imagery as well, but that's really not a part of the prior project. We're looking at that for potential follow-on projects or other side projects alongside of what Briar is trying to do.
Well, let's see any questions out of Zoom meetings. Let's see. We got it. So refresh the page. Refresh the page. Oh, refresh the page. Yes. All right. Okay, so Cole Hill is going to tell us about some work working with that data set.
Thank you, Scott. My name is Cole Hill. I'll be presenting long-range gait matching using 3D body fitting with gait-specific motion constraints from Mauricio Segun, and because he can't be here today. And we'll begin. So in this work, we're primarily focused on gait recognition, which is the identification of individuals with a unique body pattern. This is a behavioral biometric, which is a little different than your physical biometrics that you may be used to, such as fingerprint or iris scan. But it has some key advantages, namely that it works at a distance and it doesn't require the cooperation of the individual in order to use this biometric to identify them. So in the field of gait recognition, it's very popular to use intermediate modalities or representations of the gait. So by far the most popular is silhouettes. And there's good reason for this. Silhouettes have shown superior performance on data sets so far. However, these data sets are often very controlled and curated, and silhouettes cannot be reliably extracted when the camera is moving or at long range with atmospheric turbulence. So to address this issue, we're looking at using 3D human model fittings and using that for gait recognition. Some prior works have shown that this is a viable method of using gait recognition. However, there are some issues. The current 3D human mesh estimation models, such as Vive or HMR, have some issues where they produce poor poses of the individual that are inconsistent over time. And this is not good for gait recognition that can cause drops in performance. And so for this, we propose adversarial training for gait pose estimates. So here is a view of our architecture. It takes in a stack video of the individual walking. After that, it goes through a pre-processing step that does detection using a off-the-shelf faster RCNN detector, which then uses tracking to put the person, extract chips, and put the person in the center of each frame. After this, it's to the Vive model, and this is our human mesh model estimation, our human mesh estimating model. Now, the mesh that this uses is the simple model, which is a 3D body prior that encodes shape and pose in a distance. It does this with a shape vector, which is the first 10 principal components of a set of full body 3D scans, and a pose vector, which is a 72-dimensional array with 3 rotation angles for 23 body joints plus a global orientation. When you feed this model the shape and pose vectors, it produces a mesh like the ones that you see here, where you can have various body shapes and you can contort the body in lots of ways. Now, to get these parameters from the RGB videos, we use the previously published vibe model by the Michael Black's group. And this is a approach that's composed of a resonant 50 backbone, which extracts features from the frames. It then passes through a GRU to improve temporal consistency. And then it runs through an iterative multi-layer perceptron, which regresses the shape imposed from these features. Since we assume that the shape of the person does not change over time, because we don't do that, we take the average of the shape over the entire sequence. And in the original Vibe paper, it uses an adversarial approach to further improve the poses because they use the AMAS data set, which is a mocap data set of people performing various actions. And what they'll do is they train a discriminator network that tries to identify the poses produced from Vibe versus the poses in the AMAS data set. And this would improve the poses that the mesh would create. Since our data sets are going to be gait recognition data sets, they do not have ground truth shape and pose parameters, and we're going to train in an end-to-end fashion. We have introduced a soft supervision loss to ensure that we don't have catastrophic forgetting and the model just doesn't actually work for this anymore. And the way that we've done that is we have run the pre-trained Vibe model on the available frames in these gait data sets. And we have added these loss terms, which are just L2 losses. And we have a small weighting factor on them. And it encourages the shape and poses to stay in the neighborhood of the original pre-trained networks. Now, so something that we've added here is some motion constraints. The original AMAS data set is composed of many different types of activities well outside of the realm of gait. And because of this, it allows the network a little more freedom. So since we were only interested in walking activities, we have taken the subset of the AMAS data set just composed of people walking or running and discarded the shape and goal information and resampled the poses at the frame rates of the videos that we're going to use. And what we do with this is with that discriminator that was used before, we now have a gait discriminator, which encourages the Vibe model to only extract gait poses.
So there's a style difference between the way they walk. They cannot walk compared to people you see in the dry data, their own series. Walk, so you think that's the problem?
Yes, and actually you can see some of the issue here that we're exploring this and other things. You'll also notice that individuals in the AMAS data set look down a lot, which is
it looks to me like a zombie, right? When I did gait recognition, I said, "Oh, I'm living dead."
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's because we lost so much information and it's a jittery. And when I see a bad representation of gait, I assume it's a zombie. Or what you said, this is an artificial.
This exaggerated.
Yeah.
I mean, some people walk like that.
Yeah, and these are real scans of individuals, but it's in like a mocap environment, so people may not walk as they go. Yeah. All right, yeah. So now, once we have the shape and pose embeddings, we pass them through the gait recognition head, which we have here. It's a 2-branch network. We have a fully connected layer, which produces a shape embedding in the top branch, and a transformer layer on the bottom branch, which takes the sequence of poses and produces a single pose embedding, which is concatenated and passed through a fully connected network to create a gait embedding. And to make this gait embedding discriminative, we use the triplet loss during training and select many batches with multiple instances of the same individual and others to maximize discriminability between individuals. To evaluate our network, we use these 3 data sets. 2 of them are common gait data sets that have existed in the past already. They have about the same number of subjects. Key difference here is the KZA-B data set is completely indoors, while the human ID data set is outdoors. And of course, the new prior data set, which was so nicely recently introduced. This is the first release, so it's got just the first round of subjects. So to train, we train the 3D reconstruction and gait discrimination modules in an end-to-end fashion with the shape and pose regression model initialized with the vibe weights and everything else randomly initialized, and train up to 100 epochs, stopping when the equal error rate reached a threshold on the validation set. And here are some qualitative results that you'll see here on human ID. You'll notice that the arm visually starts to match better for this sample here. The top is the original vibe, the middle is after adversarial training with the gait subset. And similar here, here's some results on the prior data set. Mostly you'll just notice that the top one, the top row, the individual looks as almost as if they're in a march where it's normal walking. And here are some results on the KZV data set. As you can see, methods that still use silhouettes are outperforming this method. However, methods without silhouettes are showing, our version is showing superior performance. In all cases, except for the clothing situation where the gait graph is still showing better performance. And that's a hard code rate. And here are results on human ID. As stated before, there's fold results for this model. And here are some results on the Breyer data set. Here we're showing how the discriminability of the model with respect to gallery size. We're comparing against gait set, which is a pretty state-of-the-art model for gait recognition. We're using the open gait framework to train here. And you'll show that in this case, we are showing better performance than gait set. It's also worth noting that since we're evaluating on an actual performance metric, what we've done here is we've taken the intersection or the union of the cases where you can either extract silhouettes or you can extract gait embeddings, and we punish either network if they're not able to do it. So if you can't extract the mesh, the gait vibe model is punished because it's represented with a cosine similarity of -1. And if you can't extract silhouettes, the same thing is happening to gait set. Cosine.
Range.
Oh, this one, this is all of them. Yeah.
The 200 meters, you don't really have the length, so how do you handle it? With the model, at 200 meters, you don't see the length.
Oh, yes.
How does that affect them?
Yeah, Vibe does not do very well with that. Yeah, we have actually, we've done some experimentation with another model train called RUMP, which is a little later. It is trained for occlusion handling, and it does situation. But that was after this.
This is all, or this is all of BRS one? BRT.
This is all the BRS one.
BRS one.
Yeah. Oh, yes, sorry, yeah. And here's just showing results as you increase the distance here. This is with the full gallery size of 375. And as you see, as you go out in distance, performance predictably is starting to drop, with the exception of 200, which actually in this particular data set has some unique covariate problems, namely that there is a different color space for the sensor, and that causes some issues with our shape regression model. And that lists our contributions. We present the first gait-specific adversarially trained 3D model fitting approach, which preserves discriminability amongst humans based on body shape and pose. And we're among the first to report long-range gait recognition estimates on this newly constructed Breyer data set with videos taken at various ranges.
I think I accept the first because later on we are going to present the results, but since we came to the course,
And here are acknowledgements. And thank you, everyone. Is there any questions?
This is kind of a vague intuition question. You know, when I think about computer vision or obviously ML, usually it's something that humans can do. So now we're going to do it a whole bunch of times. face recognition, right? I'm pretty good at recognizing, right? And there's a few cases where we recognize people who I can't, they're like fingerprints. I'm really bad at looking at that. Oh, that's not good. Where do you think gait is? Like, can you look at someone's gait in this data and say, oh, that's, you know, so they're 75. I wonder if it's model.
So as you're saying with fingerprints, I definitely cannot. But there are early psychological studies in gait recognition where they actually light tags on individuals and put them in dark rooms and had them walk. And they had subjects that were asked to identify which person it was based off the movement of these light tags. So they lost shape.
Say face recognition. Usually 1 out of 1,000, 10,000, billions.
Yeah.
When people do gait recognition, it's out of 100. Right? Are we hoping to get like and fingerprints, right? Fingerprints are also out of 1 billion. You know, put you in jail. Are we hoping to get gait recognition at that kind of identification?
I would say that it's definitely an open question of if that's possible, but we just strive to get it as good as we can. Of course.
There's something like familiar face, there's also familiar gait. You know, your uncle is walking with a little limp, you can have, you know, identify at 100 meters and so on, but I'm totally unfamiliar.
I think I'll have some comments on that in my presentation this afternoon. They're valid questions, but I think that there's a role for it, and something that maybe wasn't emphasized is that in the Breyer program, we aren't prescribing gait. It's what can you get from a person in video. So whether you choose to solve that using gait or not, that's a decision being made by different teams and different.
Yeah, and it helps. You know, right? Like gender identification, right? You can identify either. They can always help.
So I'll make a comment well, because I spent a lot of time staring at videos and live feeds or cameras on sites. Even very low resolution and low detail, long distance. And I see one of my team members walking fast where there's no doubt who it is. I don't know if that's gait recognition or, you know, how much is gait and how much is body. It's kind of a small loss, right?
Sure.
And
you're doing some
easy to recognize even when you don't see the face or anything like that. So I think there's certainly a visual here that's not yet explored.
Oh, definitely. I think I remember a friend who has not seen me in 30 years, and suddenly, you know, the style is still there, the walking style. I said, "What walking style?" Yeah, sure, when you walk with them. Yeah, the people that they can remember that, yeah, 10 years.
But that's not enough to put you in jail, right?
Thank you.
Right. You have your fingerprints at a time.
Yeah.
I don't mean you're convicted of a crime. Right?
Yeah, so if you're almost from half a mile, you're not convicted of
But yeah, it's another interesting comment I'll make here is that there are people in the data set that I did not know participated. And so you'll see a, you know, turbulent long range from that picture, this person, and I know a whole other, oh, I don't know that person participated. And then you have to like flip over to the control data just to verify that it's the same person.
Right, when you're surprised.
Yeah, it's you know, image pops up, and even if they're not walking, you know,
and guy,
oh yeah, I know that person.
guy was in the Argo movie, was Tony Mendes, right? I met him, you know, because we did some work with him, and we met him, and guess what I do? I said, I work on data recognition, because like, you know, 2002 or so on. He says, when they were watching for Soviet spies in Europe, gate was the only thing they had. And they would nickname each one, you know, walking with this, with that, with the shoulders, and so forth, and that's how they track them in the night. So on, so yeah, there's some anecdotal evidence that we use.
Well, applied to them was just not well.
Yeah,
We'll see.
All right, I think we can wrap it up.
Thank you.
We have one more presentation and
Yeah, so on computer, or I could copy my presentation PowerPoint to your computer.
why don't we do that? Might be
Yeah.
a little bit easier. I can just do from the USB directly. I definitely used gait recognition when I was in grad student. I was on a busy hallway and I could tell the sound of my supervisor walking down the hallway to know to switch back to look like I was doing work. Yeah, so I had a lower dimensional signal. It was great.
And in, like, the building, you never see his face. You just hear his, you see his keys. Like that.
Okay, so I think I am sharing correctly. And please take it away.
Right, thank you. Let me hide that switch. Yeah, let me hide that thing first. Where is it again? Oh, here it is. All right. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hélio Perrone Filho from the Elder Laboratory of Human and Computer Vision at York University, and this is my presentation on attentive sensing for long-range face recognition. And I have to bring the. Okay. So our research is on enabling robots to recognize and track known individuals in unstructured environments. This is an important feature for social robotics. The challenge is that we have opposing requirements for our vision sensors. On the one hand, we want a wide field of view, so we can have environmental awareness and we can see where everyone is relative to the problem is that if we have a wide field of view, given a certain resolution, we have little information for each one individual. And if we concentrate our pixel budget on one individual, then we get better resolution for the features, for the faces, but then we lose sight of the wider environment. So how do we reconcile these two opposing requirements? A common approach found in the literature is to have two cameras. Wide field of view camera that's used for situation environment, what we call the pre-attentive stream, which requires pre-attentive image, and a narrow field of view high resolution camera that is mounted on an actuated platform so it can be directed to objects of interest. That's the attentive camera which collects attentive images. And this approach has been applied in a patented product by Chinese company DeepClean, for example. And an alternative approach is, instead of having the attentive camera mounted on an articulated platform, have a mirror in front of the camera that can be moved to change the gaze of the camera. And the advantage is that the mirror is presumably lighter than the camera, so it can be moved faster. But a common limitation of these in these prior efforts is that the field of view of the pre-attentive camera and the range of motion of the attentive camera is relatively limited. For example, in the case of DeepClean, the field of view of the pre-attentive camera is 70 degrees. And for a social robotics application where we want to have a view of the entire environment, a panoramic field of 360 degrees would be preferred. So our contribution is we designed a vision system with a 360-degree horizontal field of view, both in the pre-attentive and attentive streams. We built and deployed this device in a mobile robotics platform for social robotics experiments. And we quantified the performance of face detection and recognition at long ranges. The design of the attentive sensor hardware can be explained in contrast to the anatomy of the human eye. So in the human eye, we have In the periphery of the retina, we have a region with wide field of view and comparably low resolution. This corresponds to the attentive camera array in the pre-attentive camera array in the attentive sensor, which is composed of 4 Intel RealSense depth cameras mounted at 90-degree intervals, so they provide a full 360-degree field of view. While in the human eye, we have the fovea, is a narrow field of view, high resolution element. In the attentive sensor, we have the attentive camera, which is a 4K camera with an 8-degree field of view, which is mounted in front of a mirror that redirects the camera field of view to the horizontal. And finally, in the human eye, the oculomotor system can quickly direct the fovea to objects of interest. And in the attentive sensor, the mirror is mounted on a servo motor that can quickly direct the mirror to objects of interest. The vision pipeline used to control the attentive sensor performs a sequence of steps to acquire images from individuals of interest. First, we do tracking using a modified version of the deep sort algorithm that is modified to use multiple cameras. The first steps of the tracking pipeline follow the standard deep sort approach. We do person detection using version 4 of the YOLO architecture, and we extract feature vectors for each person using a wide residual network. The point where we diverge from the standard deep sort algorithm is that instead of tracking in image coordinates, we perform 3D geolocation on each detected person to project them to ground plane coordinates. And we do tracking with common filters on the ground plane coordinates instead of image coordinates. So this allows tracks to be seamlessly kept across cameras. Since we don't have, since we're not tracking on image coordinates, but on ground plane coordinates, we can track from one camera to the next without problem. Given a track, and given the orientation of the robot in the world and the orientation of a person, we can use the servo direct the mirror in the attentive sensor to a specific person, and then control the camera to acquire a high resolution image. I want to talk a little bit about 3D geolocation, since this is the main departure from the deep sort algorithm. Start with a bounding box that was detected in the RGB stream of an Intel RealSense camera. We can look into the corresponding depth stream from the depth camera and check if we have depth values, depth values we see in that bounding box. If there are, we can assign a depth to the person by simply getting the smaller value inside that bounding box, and then selecting a point in the bottom of the bounding box. We can project that point to the ground plane using information about the intrinsics of the camera and the depth value that you got from the depth map. However, if a person is too far away from the camera and we don't have depth value, we can still provide, yes?
So the nearest point, if the person is actually close to the camera, will actually be on their upper body, not on their feet.
Yes, that's true. Yes, but in that case, it's not very important that if we have depth values, it's not very important that the point at the bottom of the bounding box lies on the floor, because if we have the depth information from the depth map, we can just do a parallel and get the corresponding point on the floor. It's more problematic if we don't have the depth map, the information in the depth, but then if the person is far enough away from the camera that we don't have depth information, then we can reasonably assume that the point at the bottom of the bounding box is lying on the ground. And then we can use camera extrinsics, given that we know the height of the camera relative to the ground and its orientation, to compute the distance from the camera. And again, from there, combining with camera intrinsics, we can compute the position in the world, in the ground plane. So in order to quantify the performance with face detection and recognition at long ranges, we gathered a face database of 11 participants. For each participant, we have 5 entries where the person is looking at reference points, and all the pictures have been collected at the same light conditions. We then took our participants to 2 environments where we collected pre-attentive and attentive images for each one of them. These environments were a wide hall of 25 by 7 meters and a corridor of 35 meters in length by 3 meters in the narrowest section. And these are examples of pre-attentive images that were collected in these environments. And we also collected attentive images for each participant. This is an example of an attentive image and a rate of 0.3 seconds. We finally evaluated the performance for face detection and recognition on the pre-attentive and attentive images for 6 face detection algorithms and 9 face recognition algorithms available in the face. Face detection results in the pre-attentive image were complete failure, virtually no detections from any model. But for attentive images, performance was consistent with prior reports. In particular, retina face and MTCNN, which were designed with face detection in the wild in mind. They had near perfect performance. ResNet 10 and Blaze face, which are aimed towards kiosk applications where the person is facing directly in front of the camera, they had poor results. And the interesting thing is that histogram of gradients plus SVM and HAR cascades were somewhere in the middle, although they are older methods that are not deep learning based, they still have a relatively good performance. For face recognition, similar results. For pre-attentive images, all models performed near chance in the ROC graph, while for attentive images, all models performed above chance, with S-face and DLib having best results. And if we compute the difference, the ROC curves between pre-attentive and attentive images, we can see that there is a quantified boost in face recognition. And this is a quick demo of the attentive sensor. Here you can see the attentive sensor in operation, the pre-attentive image with the selected person in a bounding box, the crop of the pre-attentive image, the attentive image collected, and the reference image for the person that's being sought. And when the person is found, you see that the border, the image here turns to green, indicating that the person looked for was found. So in conclusion, we evaluated performance of a panoramic attentive vision system for robotics. Resolution of impact to long-range face recognition was quantified for first-time literature to our knowledge. We found that there is a wide gap in image resolution requirements for person tracking and general object obstacle detection for that matter, and face detection and recognition. Level of resolution that is fine for one is definitely not enough for the other at anything beyond close range. The results also illustrate the importance of models designed for operation in the wild. The case of S-face comes to mind. That's a relatively small model, but it performs best because of its loss function that is designed to be robust to noise. For future work, we plan to continue improving our architecture. In particular, due to architectural limitations, we have to run our inter-real sense cameras at relatively low resolution of 640 by 360, while it can run at a maximum of 1920 1080. We plan to address that. Also improve saccade time, where the operation of the attentive camera is the main bottleneck, and investigate public perception of the attentive sensor. We have noticed that people tend to act apprehensive when they are passing by the sensor as it's suddenly changing the position of the mirror around. We want to take a closer look into that. And this is the end of my presentation. If you have any questions. Yes.
What were the sizes of the faces in the pre-attentive images at the ranges that you were looking at?
I don't have the exact numbers, but the pre-attentive images themselves are relatively small, right? It's 640 for 360, and each person has only occupies only a fraction of the space of the image. So you can imagine that each face occupies a very small space, a very small number of pixels in the image.
I'm surprised you didn't get any detections. You didn't get any, right? 0 detections.
Virtually no detections. For the best models for MTCNN and retina face, we've got a couple detections in the whole data set for pre-attentive image, but just too little to even report.
What about face detectors that are optimized for small face, like tiny face or something like that, something equivalent? Did we try exploring that?
No, we didn't try that yet.
You plan to replace the attentive camera mechanism? I presume you would like to do this in motion, and when the mirror moves, if you have to wait for it to stop jiggling around, which I imagine would be a problem.
Yes, exactly. It's another field of for improvements. It's another thing that we're looking on. How to not only address the problem of the mirror rattling, but maybe if we could do a smooth movement, maybe something like in the human eye, we have the sudden movement, the saccadic movements, but we also have a smoother movement. And we could try to do something like that. We do a sudden movement of the mirror, but then we can do a move adjustment. So we could keep tracking a person in the attentive stream. Yes?
So for your attentive camera, have you considered using sort of, here you have a planar catadapter, which makes it easy because the image looks perfect, right? Just planar reflection. If I were to use, say, a parabolic or a curved mirror, right? Now I can just translate my camera. One, no one will ever see it move. This is a fixed mirror. Depending on where I translate underneath it, I can then have it. So one of the problems with the mounted mirrors, it actually has a vibration and load, right? Here it's a fixed camera, and this is now this translation, so you might get one that's much more stable and not noticeable.
Yeah, this is an interesting idea. It's something to consider, yes.
And we've actually done one of those where the foveated camera has a zoom, right? Now you just zoom, I can have a wide field of view looking at the full mirror, you can see everything, and then you can zoom into a part of it.
Yes.
So what was the reason behind using a mirror instead of just hand tools in the camera?
Well, the idea is that the mirror is very light, so it's easy to move it very fast. Whereas the attentive camera is a large and heavy device. It would be hard to move it. Well,
All right, well, so no more questions? Yeah, I'll get that back to you. Okay, so we are running a bit late, and I don't want people to try to rush at lunch in less than an hour. So I'm going to suggest we come back at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We'll start off with Lars Ericsson's presentation, and then we'll have these dictations. But 2 o'clock for those out in Zoom land, that's an hour and 10 minutes from now. So 15 minutes later than originally scheduled, and we'll make up the time by shortening the afternoon break. So thanks, everybody. We'll see you again at 2.
Articles.
Just like.
Thanks.
Yeah. I can just start.
Yeah, is it on Google Drive or something like that? Yeah, just put it on this machine. And your technical share something to it. Yeah.
Just, on my phone, yeah.
Right.
No, now I know what you're reviewing.
I realized that I had those open. I was like, I hope nobody context switches is over to it. All right, everybody out in Zoom land, we're gonna get started in a couple of minutes. We're just waiting for people to come back from the lunch break.
All right, you can see there, people are writing hands out there.
For the US, we want to start staying in the US and continuing to contribute to what's right.
All right, well, let's get started. Thanks everybody for coming back from lunch and joining us. So this afternoon, we'll start off with an invited talk, then we'll have some take two presentations, we'll have a break, and then come back with a discussion of some data sets and forthcoming challenges. So our invited speaker, people have been referencing Briar in the morning, and now you'll get to hear from the person whose baby it is. So Lars Eriksson joined IARPA in 2018, prior to which he was supporting IARPA as a CETA, has been involved in IARPA's biometric programs. Prior to that, he got a PhD at Rice University, and more importantly, as a Minnesotan, I'll say that he also got a bachelor's degree in the great state of Minnesota from Gustavus Adolphus College. So take it away, Lars.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you for coming in after lunch and joining us here. Today I want to give you an overview of the Briar program. It's been referenced earlier today and in other regions. This actually will be the first public presentation overviewing the program, since it started. So it's kind of an opportunity to introduce it, its kind of motivation and what we're trying to accomplish in the program here. How do I advance? Nope, that didn't work either. It's a drag it.
Well, oh no. So
I don't know. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so first, just a quick introduction for those of you who aren't familiar with IARPA. IARPA is the Intelligence Advanced Research Project. We're part of the U.S. Office of Director of National Intelligence. And we're like DARPA, but for the U.S. intelligence community, in that we fund and pursue high-risk, high-payoff research programs, usually large things that are large kind of research objectives that are trying to push the state of the art and are fundamentally challenging and difficult to accomplish. And in doing so, we support all these different agencies that are that are shown here, part of the US government. If you saw the DIVA presentation earlier in the conference from Jack Cooper, he also talked about a different IARPA program called DIVA. And so we're trying to address these capability needs across our fellow agencies. And these problems are usually complex, multidisciplinary ones that are difficult to accomplish with smaller, narrower focused research objectives. They often require multi-team efforts that have multiple disciplines to try and push the state of the art and come up with solutions. And it's also important to emphasize that we really value, we say, technical excellence, technical truth. Typically for these programs, we have a quarter of our resources are actually invested in an independent test evaluation team, which you saw from the Oak Ridge National Labs speaker earlier today. And so we really want to make sure that we're providing that R&D evaluation, so that iterative cycle is there in the program from the beginning to give feedback to the researchers, to evaluate performances, and facilitate and kind of spur their technical innovations. So I won't dwell too much, but basically the program, as it's been alluded to earlier today, is developing what I call whole body biometric algorithm solutions. So what biometric signatures could you extract from a person in a video that you could use to identify them? And this is particularly of interest at long range and for elevated platforms, as was discussed in the previous talk. So there's a lot of different missions that this is clearly applicable to: counterterrorism, border security, military force protection. In general, there's a lot of use cases where you want to be able to identify a person, and the farther you can do that with a wider range of sensors, the more options you have. So really, this program is trying to expand that aperture, open the options of videos and platforms that we can do accurate biometric recognition with. Now, why do we need this program? Well, in the community, and I would say in the research space, these solutions have been hindered by a number of things. One is when you're going out to these ranges, like a kilometer away, you start getting these degradations that really aren't necessarily present in these shorter range scenarios, like turbulence. And once you have a moving camera, like on a UAV, you introduce these other complicating factors. I would also say, from looking at the state of the art of face recognition, that up until just a couple of years ago, the majority of efforts have been training these algorithms on pitch angle views, where you're looking at the person head on. Now, maybe they have a yaw variation, but really you're still looking at them at a narrow pitch angle. And so there isn't the training data or even the algorithms designed to tackle these scenarios where you're looking down at a steep angle at individuals. And then lastly, it's really this reliance on face recognition that constrains what you're capable of doing. And so if we could expand our options and fuse them in an intelligent way, it can be a powerful solution approach. And so two example videos that I like to show to illustrate this. One is, here's a video on the right at a medium turbulence at 650 meters. And we'd like to be able to match this individual to this gallery enrollment on the bottom left. And this is really difficult to do, even with state-of-the-art matchers that you see submitted to things like FRVT, for example. And the second challenge we have is that we may be interested in identifying this individual on the video clip on the right, but we have a short view. It's a pitch angle, fairly severe pitch angle. There's degradation issues. And if we're just trying to use face recognition, this is a difficult problem to accomplish. But if we take a step back, that's actually a clip from a larger video in which you're observing this person and others walking across this parking lot. And there's a lot of information in this video. So if you could take advantage and exploit these other signatures, like gait, like body shape, one could imagine how you might be able to produce more accurate outcomes and matching decisions based on this. And so this is kind of, in a nutshell, what Breyer's trying to accomplish. Now, when I say whole body, I'll just reiterate, I'm talking about everything you could derive potentially from a video of an individual. So that does include face. So face is an explicit part of the program, but as has been shown in other talks today and other parts of the conference, we're also interested in body shape, gait, movement, anthropometric measurements. These are all potentially modalities one could exploit to do this kind of matching. This program is focused at imagery out to a kilometer range. That's kind of where we've set our boundaries to try and accomplish this. Obviously, the longer range, the better, but for purposes of the program, this was a reasonable constraint to focus on, and is still a very difficult issue, and severe look angles up to about 50-degree look angle, and all the different combinations between the two of them. And so sometimes we're interested in both short range, like from the top of a building, looking down into kind of a open courtyard, plaza area, as well as on the ground looking at long ranges away. There's 3 phases to this program. We're nearing the end of phase 1, which was 18 months. It started in November of 2021. And as I mentioned, this is the first kind of public overview of the program. So I'm excited to kind of share it with a wider audience, both online and here at the conference. And in this phase 1, we're looking at the subcomponent kind of fundamental research that are going to go into how you might assemble a system like this, as well as what I call moderately difficult data. And then in later phases, we'll be continuing to expand the challenges of what we're trying to use to do matching conditions. So there's a lot of research teams. I've kind of been blessed with having a lot of smart people trying to solve this problem for me. Just to reiterate, IARPA doesn't do the research itself, right? We manage and kind of lead the higher level of the program, and then the researchers really do the innovative, creative work across these different teams. So we have 7 full teams that are all kind of competitively pursuing the objectives of the program. And then we have 2 focused research teams that I'll elaborate on in a little bit. But this actually doesn't do it justice, I think, because behind each of these prime research teams, they have a number of subs. This is the full complement of research organizations and teams that are tackling this research and these hard problems. And there's really a nice diversity of academic institutions, what I would call kind of smaller government research companies, larger government contractor research companies. We even have some international entities like IDIAP from Switzerland and University of Technology Sydney participating in the program. And so I think there's a really, if we're going to push the envelope of this problem, this is the right crew to do it. And I'm really pleased that they're part of the program. So if we look forward, particularly in phase 2, this is what we're trying to build and accomplish, which is a turnkey system that effectively can take in either single or multiple videos or images and do the entire chain here where you're enhancing it, doing your person and body detection, tracking them across the video, perhaps selecting a subset of that imagery that you would then use to encode your different modalities, and then intelligently fusing them to a decision. This is an ambitious objective to be able to tackle all of these. And I would say that any one of these could be a valid research project in and of itself. But one of the things that I am starting to see, and I'm glad that we're tackling this whole problem, is when you have the ability to look at the end-to-end system, you can look at the optimization and synergies between these different modules. And I think that's an area that I think only really can be serviced with larger programs or end-to-end kind of research efforts to see how the enhancement couples to the detection, couples to the biometric matching, as opposed to just using more agnostic proxies to see how that research is having an impact. There's a number of other specific technical challenges in the program. As I mentioned, multi-image templates, meaning if I give you 2 videos that have an individual, I want a single template to use for matching. I don't want 10 templates from all the extracted frames. I want one that fuses the information or selects it in an intelligent manner. We definitely need to be robust against incomplete and included views. I think from the talk earlier today that you saw from USF and Kitware, there's occlusion challenges that exist in the real world, and we need to be able to be robust against them, or at least identify those exist to intelligently use the imagery. In addition, we have a wide range of sensors in the program, and this program is pursuing agnostic algorithms, meaning that they're capable across a range of different sensors and types of imagery, and that maximizes the potential for their use across a number of different end users. And then it's worth emphasizing that this program has explicitly from the conception an objective of developing these systems to be equitable performance across a range of demographic conditions. And we're not just talking about the traditional ones like race, but also body shape, body type. Those, we want to extend that to be fair in their application. So that's an active area that teams are exploring and researching. And later in the program, we have a couple others that are going to be introduce new challenges in the program, including edge processing and real-time streaming, and the ability to optimize these to specific platforms. So all of these main teams are pursuing all these different areas. Now, I'm not going to go into all the different research approaches in this talk, but I will highlight that at the IARPA webpage here, you can go and there's a link to the Google Scholar that actually will self-filter and produce you all the different papers coming out of the program. And so I just checked it yesterday, and there's about a little over 20 papers already there from the program. And these will grow as the researchers continue to make contributions like this. And I think in a year from now, perhaps when I give this talk, I'll be in a position to highlight and compare and contrast different approaches from different teams, because there is a nice diversity there, but for today's talk, I won't be going into those details. But I will touch on some of these focused researchers. So there's 7 teams pursuing kind of the full gamut of objectives. And then there's 2 teams that are looking at focused areas. The desire is that insights from these efforts will contribute both to the research community and the larger program in general. So one is with GE Research and MIT that are looking at how humans perceive these degraded imagery and make biometric decisions. And is there things you can learn from how the human biological optical system processes that, or the psychophysical, interpretation of images to improve your actual machine learning algorithms? So there's some interesting work being pursued there. And then also there's a team with Carnegie Mellon University and University of Technology, Sydney, that are looking at some of these techniques to take these large complex networks and perhaps produce smaller versions or optimized versions that might be used in edge processing or computing resource constrained environments. Because there is a desire later in the program to be able to use versions of these multi-stage algorithms on platform devices themselves. So as I mentioned earlier in the talk, we have a dedicated test and evaluation team. We have the Oak Ridge team that spoke earlier today. We also have NIST. The key people involved in the face recognition vendor test are advisors to the program, as well as experts involved in turbulence mitigation, atmospheric turbulence at what used to be called Night Vision Lab, and some high performance computing resource support. And, this program has, from the inception, there was definitely a need to have a large amount of data. So the observation was that this data at the volumes needed for most machine learning approaches really didn't exist in the community. And so we needed to have this robust data strategy, and it needed to be pursued in a logical and kind of ethical manner to produce this data. some insights into some of the data from Dave's talk at the Oak Ridge team. But I'll elaborate that on a little bit if it wasn't clear from his talk kind of at the high level. And that is that in this program, our T&E team is doing collections every 6 months. He spoke to that. But what really wasn't emphasized is that each of those 7 research teams are also going out and collecting data that they can use for their own research. And as I think we'll talk later on today, many of them are actually opting to release these to the academic community to support wider research efforts. And these are a wide range of sensors and platforms that should be a good contribution to the community. And you can see some examples of what the research team's collections are composing of. But they're similar to what the T&E team is doing, but on a slightly smaller scale. So at the end of phase 1, at least for our program purposes, the goal is to have data for over 2,000 subjects for research and algorithm training and 750 subjects for T&E. But, and that's actually a little dated. It's actually a larger amount there. But behind those numbers, there are actually between 10 and 20 sensors of data for every subject. So it's quite a large volume of data that's available within the first phase of the program. And I'll elaborate a little bit on what the Oak Ridge talk showed. This is some of the enrollment data that we're collecting. Now, one thing that we did intentionally is that we kind of are over collecting on the enrollment side. So we have lots of video, multiple angles, and lots of stills, because there's still an open question, particularly when it comes to whole body and gait research and the fusion with face of how much data do you really need? How many views is really the best amount? If you were going to do this in a more sustained, government-sponsored enrollment, you were going to have this be included in either, customs databases or in criminal justice databases, how much data should you collect and still be able to need to do? So we hope to have some answers and insights into that later in the program. But for now, we're giving large amounts and collecting large amounts so that we can explore the best use of this on the gallery side. And these are, I think, examples that were shown by the Oak Ridge side, but they just are representative of some of the aerial UAV imagery, right? We want to match that video in the center to the enrollment on the upper right or the stills on the left. And then we also have some high resolution, high turbulence imagery that we want to similarly be able to match to these conditions. So, we collect all this data, but we have some specific program metrics that we're trying to evaluate. And I'm hoping to see that as this work expands in the academic community, that some of these same kind of evaluation questions are considered. So one of them is that we want to specifically look at how much better can you do same probe data if you add in some of the body signature information, right? Now that has specific implications. For example, it does mean that probe data is likely focused on imagery where there is a face, and you want to see how much it gets boosted by the body signature. And that's more of a kind of, I'd say, shorter to medium term objective. How much can you better do? Because there's already an existing infrastructure in most governments and other scenarios to do face recognition. But then there's also the question, if you really can't see the face, what kind of accuracy could you actually get in biometric matching? And so this is scenarios where you may not see the face at all, and you just want to use body shape or gait information to make those decisions. Not surprisingly, we're looking at kind of the common 3 metrics: the comparison, the verification one-to-one, is this the same person? As well as that rank retrieval that I think is pretty commonly used in academic circles, although maybe that's not quite the best one to be exploring, where you're getting a ranked return and a human makes a decision about, oh, they're in position 3. And then that last kind of more open search, that's more a threshold-based search criteria. And so this is a busy slide, but I think it's important to illustrate how we're trying to impress quantitative outcomes And so these are the different main metrics along the side, both biometric matching as well as some template size and processing speed. There's also specific types of imagery. As I mentioned, we have defined some probe sets where you can see the face and you want to see how much it improves it using body signatures, as well as those, and this is the modalities that we're interested in, both face only. So we are interested in face, as well as if you could use all these other signatures. And then the types of imagery that are used for the probes. And you'll see that as we progress deeper in the program, these different metrics will get more challenging. And usually that means making the false alarm rate more and more difficult. But in some cases, we're increasing the accuracy objectives as well. But usually it's the false alarm rate that hinders implementation, right? I think even if you were only 30% accurate in your accuracy, but you only got 1 out of every 100,000 false alarms, that's still a usable capability that still has meaning and value. But if you're getting 10% false alarm rate or false match rate, then that's an untenable, outcome. So it's why it is important to focus on the false alarm rate, which is also why I would encourage academic researchers to not so much look at the rank retrieval, because that doesn't consider those low similarity matches, right? It's important to be cognizant of those false alarm conditions. And so in phase 1, these are our objectives that we're trying to hit. They are still challenging, even at these levels, but we'll see how successful we are. I know we're running a little bit over, so I'll just kind of briefly say that we do have a document on, and that's cutting off the title, but body and gait enrollment best practices that we're going to be releasing to the public later this spring from NIST, that explains kind of some recommended conditions and types of data you might want to collect for these types of research. And then I'll also just give a little plug for our Briar program API, which you can actually find on the public GitHub there if you want to be using that for your own research or application research. And so with that, I'll bring it to a close. And I'm glad that I was able to introduce the program to this wider audience. All right, thank you. I don't know if there's time for questions. I'll let you decide. All right, so I guess there might be time for 1 or 2 questions if there's any questions from folks.
Yes, I have a question.
Sure.
You mentioned, how to enroll people, what sort of data would be necessary if it turns out gait is useful, but what are the other sort of next steps? If it turns out the whole body is a very good biometric for certain use cases, what else has to be done to make that a real thing for our first transition partners?
Well, I mean, there are, one of the challenges that there's an enterprise, so it becomes not a technology question, right, but more of a policy and well, maybe technology, it's not a research question, right? And so that's why that in the program, we made sure to include a face recognition objective, because that already is a capability that exists. And so, that can be already take advantage of the large investments that the US and other countries and other organizations have made in face recognition. And so if we can prove that it has value, right, that will start that conversation about, is there a role for it in kind of larger capabilities? But I will say that there are some scenarios where you don't need that. Verification is a good example, right? So in verification, you don't need a large database. You can have some imagery of this person and imagery of this person. Is it the same person? And so there's still an opportunity to take advantage of this kind of research, even if it's a more experimental, and I don't mean that from an accuracy perspective, but from a product maturity type kind of perspective. There are scenarios where that still will have meaning, right? The ability to do that and make some kind of decision about video imagery, and so that's kind of a shorter term, I think, impact that's likely to happen. Yeah, Terry.
So if we're still trying to figure out how to do the whole body in the gait, how can we have best practices for collecting the data when we don't know which actually is going to work?
That's a good question. I mean, we base it on what we think is reasonable, and there will likely be a two of the document that we take our lessons learned from what is difficult and challenging and what has meaning, particularly on the enrollment side, and revise that in the future. That's not why it's not being touted as a standard, right? But more of a best practices based on kind of our subject matter expertise position. And it'll be very strongly influenced by what you and other Breyer researchers do in terms of what can you accomplish with what kind of imagery in the gallery side, right? And if you find that you can get away with just having a 90-degree view of someone walking in a frontal face and you basically don't lose much accuracy, that definitely is going to impact what one would recommend, practitioners to be collecting. But I suspect it's going to be somewhere in between the large volume we're collecting and the sparse conditions. But I mean, it's a valid point. But and when releasing it publicly, we'll certainly be making it open to feedback and comments from the larger community, and we'll see if that starts getting adopted from the non-Breyer researchers and the kind of data they collect and leverage. And I'm sure it'll be part of that learning process to explore this kind of problem space. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, everyone.
All right, so we are going to move on to the next session, and so in order to get the people online to see it, can you join the Zoom link and present it that way?
Okay. What's it?
It's on online conference platform.
I don't.
It might be easier if you want to just move a presentation over here.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Actually,
Go to schedule, right?
go to schedule.
Okay.
Oh, no. This is the thing where it authenticates you. Okay, so while we get started here, I'll say that, again, this session we're about to start, this is what we're calling the Take Two session. So that's a session that's intended for work related to long-range recognition that may have appeared in recent conferences, but may have not gotten as broad an audience because of travel restrictions, other kind of things. And on the program here, we have a list. So Xiaoming momentarily is going to present some work from Michigan State on long-range face recognition. Wes Robbins from University of Colorado Springs is going to talk about atmospheric turbulence for face recognition. Gabriel is going to present remotely on person re-identification. Ben Riggin is going to present some work done at the University of Nebraska. And then we have a student, not Vishal himself, that'll be presenting some work about recognizing faces through atmospheric turbulence.
Can I send you slides by email?
Sure.
Oh, it's too big. I do Mac, so it doesn't work. Can I just present without the app? I cannot log into the online program, so.
It should send you.
Okay, so let me try it. I have another one. So
I think I can copy the link and send it.
okay, so the workshop is called long range, right? So it's, today is 7. Yeah, I found it. So I have this master link.
Okay.
So that will help.
Terry, when we have somebody that's presenting off of Zoom, what do we do with the audio? The audio?
Progress.
Yeah.
Okay, hello, can anyone hear online? Yeah. Hello, hello, hello. No. Hello, hello.
I guess I don't guess that. Try plugging you in instead. In addition.
Other way around.
That's part of these hybrid workshops.
Yeah, we have to work through this. Okay, it's coming up.
And you should unmute now.
I did unmute, yes. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, this is Xiaoming Liu. I'm going to present some work we've been doing at Michigan State. This is funded by ARPA project, and last I've been introducing about the project. So the focus here, as everyone knows, that for the BRI project is trying to do long-range recognition, right? We like to say that giving a video sequence that capture at a distance or either capture from Zoom, how well you're going to recognize the people in the video sequences. And like all other performers, we've been working on different modalities, including face, gait, and human body information. But for today, I'm going to focus on the face part only. And since we only have 10 minutes, I try to be brief and cover a few topics we've been working in terms of face recognition. We start with a generic kind of match we've been done called ADA face. Then I talk about how we make it more domain adaptive. We have a work on that. And finally, I'll be briefly talk about the video-based recognition. So what is ADA face about? Normally, when we look at training data for face recognition, we have different quality of the training data. Some are very easy to recognize, some are relatively much harder to recognize. So in general, when you have this different kind of quality in the training set, some methods that give very, give easy sample with lower importance, right? But giving harder sample with much higher importance through hard sample mining process. And for unrecognizable samples, because the quality become too bad, our strategy is that we're trying to give them lower weights. For those samples, typically in the hard sample mining, you also give them harder, larger weights, which we think will have a negative impact in terms of recognition performance. So therefore, the principle here in this work is that we're trying to look at data, training data in two perspectives. One is how easy it can be recognized as horizontal dimension. The second one is the vertical dimension, that is what is the quality of the data. And we think that the basic hypothesis is that the distribution of the digital data actually would be depending on the image quality. For example, for high quality data, most of the time you have easy to recognize until middle, like in the middle level. But for low quality data, you are relatively hard to recognize all the way into until the impossible to sort of recognize. So given this hypothesis, the basic idea of the approach is that we consider, the feature space distribution. Let's say the middle one is the class center, right? This is a typical kind of feature distribution for the traditional, let's say, arc face-based loss functions, where it has the same margin for all the samples. Every sample has the same kind of distance to the center. But for our method, for high quality data, we try to have a tighter margin. That's what you see on the top. But for medium quality data, we're trying to let them spend a little bit, right? But for very low quality data, we're trying to expand them further so that gives them more freedom in terms of in the feature space. Imagine this is a kind of the pizza pie. The size of the angle of the pie basically becomes different according to the image quality. So that's the basic idea. So with this idea, we implement this ADA face, and we show on three different kind of quality: high quality, medium quality, low quality. The conclusion is that it can have similar performance to previous arc face in terms of high quality, but we are doing better in terms of mixed quality, especially on low quality data. As you can see, we have fairly large margin compared to previous work. Okay. Next work, we're trying to address a problem that is usually there's going to be domain gap between your training data versus your testing data, right? Because oftentimes people using VGG2 as a training, which is kind of the semi-supervised, semi-constrained data, but the testing data, for example, in this program, it's totally unconstrained data. So therefore, we have domain gap. One conventional way to address the domain gap is trying to through image synthesize, because image synthesis has getting better and better, where you have a discriminator essentially looking at the data to make sure that what you synthesize is the same as your target distribution. And the contribution in this work really is trying to say that we want the synthesizer to be more controlled, in the sense that we're trying to learn a embedding space, which is indicated by the capital letter U and the mu, which define a subspace, right? This subspace can tell me what are the distribution of the styles giving a training database. And by doing so, by learning so, we have better control in terms of synthesize, because now we can change the style coefficient as well as the magnitude of the style transformation, so that we can generate the different kind of synthetic image according to the styles. So eventually we did different experiments to show it has high recognition performance. But in addition to that, a side benefit of this work is that we can also tell you how similar the two databases are based upon their styles. When I say style, I mean the level of blurriness, the lighting variation, the image color distribution, so on and so forth. This is the character of the styles. So as you can see in this triangle, we show you the pairwise distance between any two face database. For example, for the IJBS database, the most similar one is IJBB, and followed by wider face database. Okay. So finally, we work on the video-based recognition. So this is a very classic topic in computer vision, and usually we say that every face image in a video sequence, they have different amount of identifiabilities, and oftentimes the video sequence people can deal with also can be very, very long, right? For example, in a typical IJBS database, you can start with 10 face in a video, but sometimes you can have thousands frames in a video sequences. So how do you make your video-based method to be more adaptive to the different lengths? And finally, you wish to have a sequential processing, meaning that as a video come in, you can do on the fly recognition as more and more videos come in. So with that, previous method typically learning a single weight, let's say per sample. Right here, the vector on the left-hand side is a per sample based latent code for every single frame. And then you can estimate the weights, then using weighted average to come by everything. Okay. The problem is that it doesn't model intra-set relationship. What if in the video 99% of the frame is low quality, only a single frame is high quality? So in this work, in this kind of previous method, that information from that single frame will be buried because of this. Yeah. And previous work also does a joint intra-set relationship. We're trying to predict some correlation from F network. The problem is that it cannot handle larger n. It will only handle limited number of n in terms of the input frames. And without going through the algorithm details, so this shows you what our method can achieve. The horizontally is kind of 4 different databases with the number in the parentheses is average prop size from very small, like 9 frame per sequence into 7,000 frame per sequence. You can see that compared to previous naive kind of weighted average, our performance is kind of keep everything higher in terms of relative performance. The margin gets bigger. While the previous method, you can see that especially for larger prop size, it doesn't do well. It actually sometimes have negative performance. So this is my final slide to show you how this video-based recognition kind of demo works. This is the one sequence from the Braille government capture data by the Oak Ridge team. And we're showing you that on the right-hand side, we're showing you the top 5 matching results. The green is correct match, okay? In the bottom left, we show you 5 most important frames up to now, up to this point, because we'll keep receiving video frames. And in the bottom, we're showing you that how the percent similarity is for every single frame versus the combined information. So this CA phase is kind of having the largest percent similarity because we accumulate all the information from previous frames. Okay, that's what I have.
We have time for a question or two.
Go ahead. You can just talk.
I mean, I don't know if it's control synthesis. Can you comment on the strength of the vision and sort of train out with
how from the magnitude of the gradient style transfer. And if there was kind of an optimal or if that didn't.
So yeah, so the way to learn is to learn the linear substrate of the angle can have better control or more local state to control this. The second part of the work I mentioned is that even though we have better control, but the condition of we feel that should not be the essential actually be guided by the organizer. Therefore, this will our synchronized process, our equation should have this one meaning that on the fly, when the patient is training, the organizer will tell my system what kind of image you should be synthesizing so that you can benefit my patient training. So that's the idea. Because traditionally, the schools that are done offline. One student or synthesize one day to another student. Here is the model.
Try to be closer to the.
Yes.
So, example you show here is interesting because there are frames when the person is looking nearly straight ahead, and yet your 5 most influential frames are none of them. Do you have any intuition?
Good question, huh? So this algorithm does in a way that is, if based on the current 5, right, I'm already covered all the information regarding this particular people. Now giving a new frames. If the new frame is not providing additional information compared to what I have so far, then I'm not going to replace my 5 with that new frames.
3 of them are nearly identical profiles. That's I'm sort of struggling with what you described and what I'm seeing in the example.
So this is only an illustration of the algorithm. The actual algorithm is much more complicated. I think even with 20-minute presentation, I'll be spend quite some time. Yeah.
A question that might have indicated the gallery is not just using a single frontal picture, is it?
The gallery including all the images of the people.
Well, I get that, but even if there are 3 very similar profiles. Sure. Why it's supposed to have the same image, right? Those are actually very similar compared to somebody that at least one. Could be the first 2 are the most important.
So this particular data structure called top 5 most useful frames. This data structure is never used in the process. We show it is only for the purpose of better understanding the algorithm. So I think we can change the way to illustrate the intermediate results. Yeah. Okay.
So as far as the shoot in that data stream background, so sort of the impossible to recognize examples are not given important.
True.
So what would happen if you want those things that normal generate partial loss? What do you think with that?
I see. So those unrecognizable images is not actually coming from the original, let's say, MS1 million database. It's actually we're taking original MS1 million database, try to do different kind of image augmentation, try to synthesize data by reducing the resolution, by cover most of the feature parts so that we only show part of the faces. So you can, as you can imagine, in that process of augmentation, right, we have no control about the recognizability. Sometimes we're overkill, we're doing too much of the lower resolution. So therefore, we have to rely on the recognizer to be smarter to determine what kind of image, what kind of information we should be ignoring what kind of information we'll be using in the recognition process. So therefore, to me, it is probably better to have more soft scheme to determine the usability of every sample in the training process, rather than have a 0-1 threshold to say that this is not useful at all, and these are useful for us. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, so I'm a master's student at the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. This work was done with my supervisor, Terrence Wool. And our work is titled On the Effect of Atmospheric Turbulence in the Feature Space of Deep Face Recognition. Background, this has been motivated several times today, but biometric models that are robust to atmospherics are desired in critical applications. Face recognition signatures are highly discriminative for face identification, but it's still an open problem whether atmospherics that degrade image quality can be handled well by these algorithms. So the problem of optical atmospheric turbulence is the result of inconsistent refractive indexes in the atmosphere from which results in highly variable point spread functions, and the result is very blurred and deformed face images. And so this has been worked on a lot in optics and physics, and the algorithms to model it directly is very complex, and not only is it complex, but also very ill-posed. So from a computer vision perspective, this leads us to say that we should solve this from a learning perspective. And a lot of previous approaches have used image restoration for atmospherics. A few I've cited, including one from WACB 2023. And we can see these algorithms do a good job improving perceptual quality of these face images. And they can be used as an upstream step for recognition. However, as kind of a different path of research, we've been pursuing directly optimizing recognition in kind of the feature space with a single model. And our motivation for that is an atmospheric restoration model. It might not perfectly output samples into the natural domain, and that might create kind of an artificial domain shift for the recognition model if it's not trained on any samples from the restoration model. And then you could try training the model with output from the restoration model, but that kind of adds some complexity. And even if the restoration is perfect, there's still inference times considerations. So that's why we're pursuing kind of directly optimizing in feature space. And so kind of in an ideal world, we can have a face recognition model that's invariant to these different artifacts, such as atmospheric turbulence, or if there's low number of pixels on face, we're gonna have to upsample the images, and there'll be artifacts. And so ideally the recognition model is invariant to those. So as kind of a research path, we're working on algorithms to improve this. But first, we wanted to study the effect of atmospherics in the feature space of current face recognition models. And that's what this presentation's on. So we kind of try to answer three succinct research questions. First, how robust are current models under a wide range of atmospherics? Does quality assessment reflect performance? And if not, can feature space explain aberrations from desired behavior? So for our experimental setup, we use a standard pre-trained face recognition model on the MS1NV2 dataset. And then we also use the mag face loss, which effect of having feature magnitude be a proxy for quality assessment. So the farther a feature vector is from the origin, the higher the quality assessment is assessed to be. And we use this as a quality assessment in our research. And then to test the effect of atmospheric turbulence on the feature space of deep face recognition models, we simulate a wide range of turbulence on a number of on a few data sets from a wide range from 0 to 5. And so referencing the ORNL presentation from earlier, 5 is kind of getting to insane, crazy simulation, where 1 or 2 is maybe a little bit more tame. And we do this on several validation data sets. And we also do the same thing with Gaussian blur in order to compare the difference between the effect of the simulated turbulence and Gaussian blur. So first we look at the results of the face recognition model on LFW, which is a common validation data set. And we can see at 0, the performance is pretty much saturated. But even going to 1, we get a 20x improvement or 20x increase in the error rate. And then this kind of progressively increases as we turn up for turbulence. And we see pretty much the same effect across different data sets. And perhaps this isn't really surprising that as we turn up the atmospherics, we get decreasing performance. But kind of with these results, we get a nice get to see the covariate relationship between atmospherics and performance. of the standard face recognition algorithm. And in general, we can see that performance drops pretty much catastrophically just on a standard face recognition model. And the second thing we look at is magnitude. And as I discussed before, we use that as a proxy for quality assessment. And one of the findings that was really surprising to us is that the magnitude did not decrease monotonically with atmospheric turbulence. So on the x-axis here, we have the strength of the perturbation, where the Gaussian blur and the atmospheric turbulence are calibrated to equally affect performance. And on the pink line, the Gaussian blur, the magnitude or quality assessment decreases monotonically. But in the case of atmospheric turbulence, the magnitude actually increases at these mid-levels of turbulence strength, which is a really surprising phenomenon. And so we kind of look at these results in comparison with accuracy. So the dotted lines are Gaussian blur and the solid lines are atmospheric turbulence. And we can see that there's low correlation between quality assessment and validation accuracy for atmospheric turbulence. Kind of our continuing studies, we look at the feature trajectory of the in feature space as we kind of turned up these atmospheric turbulence. And the takeaway from this slide is at low atmospheric turbulence, features are moving towards the origin. But as we get to high turbulence levels, essentially all the features are clustering into this kind of high AT superclass. And here's kind of a diagram of what we found in total. So with just clean samples on the very left, the model is very discriminative. Classes are very distinct in feature space. At low turbulence, less difference between classes. They're beginning to overlap, in which corresponds with lower performance. However, at very high turbulence, the original structure of the feature space is entirely lost. There's low performance and inaccurate quality assessment. And then another aspect we looked at was activation maps of the face recognition model. And we can see on the top, the activation maps for Gaussian blur at these same increments of increasing perturbation strength, and on the bottom shows atmospheric turbulence. And so again, the 0 to the 0 and the 1 to 1 match up for equal performance of the algorithm under these conditions. But it can be noticed pretty drastically visually that the effect of atmospheric turbulence has a very different effect in feature space, where the model is essentially picking up lots of artifacts that appear to be, that also affected magnitude. And so the network's either misinterpreting these AT artifacts as salient features, or the AT doesn't destroy the same way that the Gaussian blur does, but displaces them enough to change and reduce recognition. So kind of the result, our conclusion from search was an effect we've been calling feature defection from atmospherics, where the effect of the atmospherics is actually moving things like eyes or eyebrows. And this has a very severe effect on the recognition algorithm. And that was kind of a conclusion from the non-monotonic magnitudes, the high AT superclass, and the high activations. And so this is kind of a challenge for to address for future work, to have a model that can be invariant to this effect of the atmospherics. And so, yeah, again, in summary, the deep learning based model performs poorly under atmospherics. One of the common quality assessments of magnitude is poorly correlated. And so kind of our ongoing work is developing a feature space that's robust to this. So we're working on supervising the feature space directly to be robust to these. And that's invariant to AT artifacts. And we've made progress with this approach for both face recognition and person VID. And we'll have a paper on some of our ongoing work in the future. So yeah, these are my references. I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Okay, for a whole new set of technical difficulties, we're going to have a remote presenter. So Gabriel, are you, I think I saw that you were on. Can you try to share your screen?
Yes, I'm gonna set you as a host, okay?
Okay, lost.
Can you see my
Okay.
screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm gonna present today a work entitled Unsupervised and Self-Adaptive Techniques for Cross-Domain Person Identification, published on IEEE Transaction Information Forensics and Security. The main goal of this work here is to perform unsupervised person identification when you consider a set of bounding boxes from different identities recorded for different cameras, but without any kind of identity information, but only with one side information, that is the camera. So basically, just for contextualization here, just to show here some of the main challenges in person identification, we usually have different point of views of the same identity. Here's an example from a data set, a benchmark data set from person identification. We have the same identity recorded from 4 different cameras, and you see different poses, point of views, and resolutions. And also here, other example from other person identification data set, other kind of challenges, such as occlusions, also different poses, and of course, different distances from each camera and each angle view from the person of interest. And usually, because of the challenges of the problem, priority usually address the problem in a supervised manner. But in this work, we focus in an unsupervised manner. The main motivations is that we assume that annotation is expensive task, usually an expensive task. And for that reason, we leverage an unsupervised domain adaptation pipeline. So we assume that you have a label source domain when we pre-train our model in a supervised manner to get our initial knowledge related problem to the backbones, and then we leverage our problem. We leverage our solution to the unlabeled target domain where we do not have any kind of identity information, but we assume we have the camera label. So we don't know who is on the bounding box of the image, but we know from which camera that bounding box has been recorded. So basically, that's the overview of the pipeline. And in the stage 1, the first step of the pipeline, we perform the feature extraction. So we have all of the bounding boxes of our images totally unlabeled, and you have all of the feature vectors obtained after the feature extraction with the backbone. And then we perform the clustering. In that case, here we use the Optics algorithm to perform the clustering, since it's able to find different clusters with different densities and different shapes. And also it's able to detect the outliers. And then in the stage 3, we perform the remotion from all of the outliers from the feature space, and also the remotion of the one camera clusters. In other words, we remove the clusters that compress just to one camera. Single view camera clusters are removed from the feature space. And then you go to our first contribution, that's the cross-camera triplet creation. So basically here we have an overview of your feature space in terms of the images of each feature vector, and then we perform the clustering here. And you have, for example, here as a case of study, the cluster C with the gray background. And each color bounding box means the same camera. So we have basically here, just for an example, 3 cameras, the yellow camera, blue, and the red one. And consider the red one as the case here. We choose among the images of the red camera in cluster C, an anchor. For example, this one. And then you look to the other cameras inside the cluster C. For example, the yellow camera, you select the median example here as the positive sample of the anchor to create the triplet. And as a negative sample, we select an image outside of the cluster C, but with the same camera. So this one here is the negative sample for that anchor. And you perform the same process again to the blue camera. So we have a positive sample here from the blue camera, and also other negative sample from the same camera of the anchor, but outside the cluster, and that has not been previously selected to bring diversity to our model. And we perform the same process to a camera yellow and a camera blue, and as many cameras we have in our cluster. So in that case, the greater is the number of cameras, the greater is the diversity of our model. And the greater is the diversity of the triplets, the better. We encourage the model to be more and more camera view invariant along the train. And then once you have all of the triplets created in an offline manner, we optimize just a single term loss function based on triplet loss, where you have just one hyperparameter, that's the triplet loss margin, that has been set as 0.3. And After we perform the optimization with one iteration, in the next iteration, we go to stage 5 and we repeat the same process again of previous slide, but selecting another set of anchors per camera in the cluster. So in that case, we change the number of the number and also the quality of our triplets along the training by changing the anchors of the triplets along the training. And we perform the evaluation through benchmark data sets in 4 adaptation scenarios. And once you have all of this training, we perform our secondary contribution, that's the self-assembling. Basically, you have 3 models, 3 backbones that you're training our model on. And you have here the plots of the reliability of each of the 3 models in 2 adaptation scenarios. So the reliability increases along the training. The reliability here is the amount of samples remaining on the feature space after outlier and outlier remotion and the remotion of clusters with just a single camera. So, increasing on the reliability means an increasing of the abilities of the model to group across camera images on the same cluster to perform the training. So in that case, here we see all of them progress in 2 adaptation scenarios. And the question is, which is the best checkpoint to go to the evaluation? Since you are working on an unsupervised scenario, it's not possible to have an validation set to select the best one. So we propose here a novel idea where we combined all of your checkpoints generated along the training in a weighted manner, where the weight here of each parameter of each checkpoint generated along the training is going to be the reliability on that specific iteration. In that case here, when we perform this weighted average of the parameters, we end up with a final model that summarizes all of the checkpoints generated along the training, and that final model, that final self-assembled model is better than all of the checkpoints individually. And once we perform this process for our 3 backbones that you present here, we perform the final evaluation step, where we basically take the 3 backbones, extract the feature vectors from curation and gallery images, and perform the weight average from the distances from a specific curation gallery image, considering the 3 backbones trained and self-assembled on the evaluation phase. And that final distance here is used to calculate the retrieval metrics. And then here we have some evaluations results for this first scenario here, due to market. And we have competitive performance when you perform without re-ranking, but when we consider re-ranking is a post-processing technique for rearrange the positions of the gallery images given accurate images, we are able to increase our results. When we go to a more challenging scenario, market Duke, we're able to reach the state of the art even in the re-ranking, and with the re-ranking, we're able to increase it even further. When you consider in this case here, when we don't have the source domain, so basically we perform the whole pipeline again, but without any kind of source domain initialization. We also have very competitive performance despite the absence of the previous knowledge about the problem. And then when we consider the most challenging scenarios here, considering the MS-17, the most challenging benchmark, person identification benchmark on the literature, we also have the state-of-the-art performance even without any kind of a ranking, and with the ranking, we're able to increase it even further our results. Some qualitative analysis here, when you're considering a key example here in the top 10 true matches from the gallery, we see that the model is able to focus in discriminative parts of the person. In that case here is the red jacket of the identity, and also some fine-grained details. And here a case of a failure case. Basically, the person is fully occluded for other objects. In that case here, the umbrella and the car, and the model is not able to see or detect discriminative points. In that case, the model just performs random activations in the feature maps when it performs the retrieval images from the gallery set. And then the final conclusions of this work. Our proposed cross-camera curation is general for different adaptation scenarios, and with a simple loss function. And our self-assembling strategy that we proposed, our second contribution, is able to, in a unsupervised manner, combining all of the checkpoints generated along the training to get a final checkpoint a final model that's better than all of the checkpoints generated along the training. And the model can be extended further for other semantics, for example, vehicles. and also to perform jointly analysis with persons and objects and other semantics on the event of interest or in the application where the model can be applied. And since the publication of that work, we have been exploring solutions that doesn't rely on any camera information or nor pre-training source domain, in order to achieve a model that's fully unsupervised without considering any kind of labeling or side information. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any questions here in the room or out on Zoom land? People may have used up all their questions in the morning. But okay, thank you, Gabriel.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so our next presenter is Ben Reagan from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, and I need to change the Zoom so that people can see it. And Ben will be telling us about some work from his group that recently appeared at IEEE Transactions and Biometrics. Get rid of this thing, at least temporarily, until somebody makes a comment and it appears again. Okay, there you go.
That's good. Thanks, Scott. So I'm actually going to be presenting 2 T-biome papers. So these are works that the first one's learning domain imposed invariants for thermal divisible face recognition, something that's we sort of used as kind of just prior information for the Briar program. This was work that they've done before Briar, but just recently made it into T-biome. And so one of the main objectives of this work was to mitigate both the domain shift plus the perspective difference. One of the things that we learned early on working on nighttime facial recognition was that the frontal to frontal matching was relatively easy. Even when you had things like occlusions to glasses, varying expressions, it was just parts of the image that, and the glasses was a little bit surprising, to us up front, that you've got this huge occlusion across the face, across what it's normally a discriminative part of the face, the eyes. And we were still able to do really well on that, of matching a thermal frontal image to what in a controlled enrollment setting, a frontal gallery. But our biggest errors were actually with the off pose. I'll show some tables just from early works to where we are now. But in general, our general approach is to work in the feature space, much like Terry and Wes presented. We've been doing this for a long time. Prior to the University of Nebraska, I worked at the Army Research Lab. We did this way back then, even when deep learning methods were failing catastrophically on these data sets. There's a lot of work now that has been able to overcome that. And so, but a lot of it that we've seen from this conference and domain adaptation, a lot of your choice of the backbone really is significant in being able to solve this problem. But one of the things that we always found was with your selection of these backbones, even if it was trained on a bunch of data from various perspectives, it still was a fixed feature extractor that you had observable differences in the perspective, which caused a degradation in the matching. So we kind of took our observation and just sort of tackled the problem of can we do this. And so one of the first things that we sort of built into this is the fact that we want to modify these feature extractors. One of the things with domain adaptation, and particularly night facial recognition, is you've got this matching of high quality imagery with low quality imagery. So one of the things to mitigate that is we don't want our backbone to pay attention to those high frequency details that are ultimately not going to be present in our probe imagery. So that's one of the first things that we do. We do some compression of those representations to make sure that we're finding the highest correlations. And then the more part of our work is to directly address the domain imposed variant shift with some type of transform. It's not really a transformer, it's more of a conventional architecture. It's very parameter efficient. There's a lot of work that focuses on GANs, which we compare with, that approach this from a synthesis perspective. There is value in that in terms of if you're using it for human consumption, if a person has to look at it, or if you want to work with an existing visible matcher where the input is an image. But if you have controllability of you can afford a custom solution, then we would argue that this would be a more direct approach. And then a couple of other novel components of our method is that we do this domain shift, not really directly at the feature level where you have to have pairs or triplets or things like that, but we do it at the identification level, at the task level. And then we build in a little bit of post correction into that. And again, one of the things that I would point out about our post correction is that we don't need a pose estimator. But we actually compare one of the more recent methods that actually uses pose estimation as part of the inference loop and the training loop, and show that we actually do better for this particular task. So here's just a table, and I'll highlight a couple of different methods. So this is the more challenging case. This is matching an off-pose thermal to a frontal visible. And what we all know is that if you can focus on the harder problems, the easier problems you tend to improve upon as well. And that's actually what we, consistently found on this problem. So you'll notice that there's a bunch of GANs, some early GANs like Pix to Pix, GAN VFS. Some of these were GANs designed for this thermal divisible problem as well. And you can see their performance here. We're looking at equal error rate, true accept rate at 1%, false accept rate. Those are our metrics that we include area under the curve just for completeness, but we know we don't want to believe that as a standalone metric. But then the dream model here is one of those that uses that pose prediction as part of the training loop, and we find that it actually doesn't improve as well as what we're able to do. So the bottom two are our contributions, and so we have a couple of different galleries, some with glasses included, some without, and so that's why you sort of see this sort of quadrant of performance metrics. We looked at a comparison between synthesis and non-synthesis methods for this particular data set. And we noticed that the synthesis methods were really falling short just because, at least for this data set, we felt that there was so much energy being pushed into the reconstruction and synthesis problem that ultimately wasn't related to identifying the person. Despite some of these methods actually including an identity loss as part of their training. And so, but then when you compare it with the rock curves on the right, we're able to get much better performance. So these, this green and red curve are the contributions from this work. The pink top is really the ground truth using a feature-based visible to visible comparison. So we're really grounding this in sort of what was in the realm of the possibility of matching these very varying off-pose imagery and nighttime imagery with a visible frontal gallery. So it's a very difficult problem. But as I alluded to earlier, we actually end up pushing improving results for frontal images, the expressions, the baseline conditions with and without glasses. We also looked at other data sets as well. So we did this on a couple of different data sets that have thermal imagery and visible imagery and have these off-pose conditions as well. And so we were consistently seeing improvements with this domain and pose invariance transform and part of this framework that we were putting forth. So I'll pause there for questions on the facial recognition one.
For those of us that are less familiar with the thermal face recognition, how representative are the examples are in terms of having clean backgrounds?
So with thermal imagery, especially these data sets, they're usually collected in controlled environments indoor. So you get very high thermal contrast. So background's basically non-existent. If you were to do thermal imagery outdoor, in fact, I worked on a data set where there's this hot metal object in the background and it sort of changes the thermal perspective completely, looking at the holistic image based on how the image is normalized. So this is definitely more on the controlled side, which is why, the Breyer problem is very, very different. You don't get the geometric distortions from the turbulence. Thermal imagery is really invariant to turbulence and in a lot of ways, but there's other issues. Any other questions? All right, so I'll move on to the second T-biome paper, and that's the multi-context group attention for unsupervised person re-identification. Again, this has some tie-ins to the Breyer program, and it's sort of again using it as a we use it as a starting point for a lot of the research that we did for our Breyer team. And just a little bit of background and motivation. Unsupervised re-identification, we're really looking for being able to understand the representations that we're learning. We want to limit potential bias and overfitting. That's one of the things that we learn very quickly on a domain adaptation is that, you can overfit exponentially faster than you can in a sort of single domain type machine learning problem. And we want to exploit unlabeled and weakly labeled data. And really one of the motivations for me personally was just how much data I've seen in the community get collected and then not used. So, being able to exploit a lot of that. But there was some previous state-of-the-art work in this bottom-up clustering. There's some attention type modelings. We already heard about using camera labels to do person re-identification. But really we want to do this without any extra information. Using camera labels is great if you have them, but on a large scale, you may or may not have access to that information. So we put forth this new pipeline that the multi-context group attention model. And so where we do embed this attention model at every layer, and conventionally attention has been more widely used in a lot of the supervised methods, especially early on, but and it's usually tied to the discriminability of the classifier. So, how much does this pixel or does this feature play a role in helping me classify something or identify somebody? But we looked at this as more of a fundamental pattern recognition problem. And so we wanted to use that attention. So we inserted multiple layers, and you can sort of see the attention there is the hierarchy. But then we also wanted to provide a more discriminative clustering capability. And then the inverse attention diversity term that we ended up putting forth was really more of us to mimic the metadata that you get from camera labels. Could we use that background information as a pseudo for that camera information that has shown to be beneficial in the supervised setting? So this is just a glimpse at our attention model. So we have a channel attention, we have a multi-contextual spatial attention model, where we're agglomerating and determining how much the pixels are relevant for our clusterability opposed to our classification. And so one of the things that we looked at was this effect of weighting the local information versus the global attention. And so we find that, if we put a little more weight on the local information, of course, it's data set dependent, we see a little boost. It's not really statistically significant, but it was a little bit. And so for at least these few data sets that we looked at, the loss that we ended up using or proposing was this distance aware kilometer of clustering loss. It's much like a focal loss, but one of the differences is we don't use label information. With focal loss, there's implicit distribution of class labels and things like that that are used. So again, we remove all of that from our loss. The other thing is we're using pseudo labels and things like that to generate this probability. So there's some differences going on compared to conventional agglomerative clustering. We get better much lower loss, more discriminability as we're training this thing. These little jumps are basically as we start to change the number of clusters. So it kind of has to restart, but the trend is always going down. And then the inverse intensity. So one of the things here that we're looking at, once we kind of pre-train and pre-cluster our data set a little bit, now we have a good sense of where the person is. We can then threshold that at early layers and figure out what information content comes from the background. And again, we sort of use this as a pseudo for those camera labels, because a lot of times you'll find the same information in the background, especially when you have information or images like this where the person takes up a small part of your detection. And so that's where the attention helps us as well, to be able to filter out background from what's actually the person. So we looked at the effect of this inverse attention diversity term and to help improve performance. And you can sort of see the effect here across 3 different data sets. We looked at both video-based re-identification and image-based. And so we did that on the Mars data set, the Duke data set, and the MSMT image-based data set. So in a lot of these cases, we see that the multi-context group attention and the distance aware clustering loss is able to get us more discriminative, unsupervised person re-identification. And again, this is all completely unlabeled. You can see the different labeling sets. A lot of the unsupervised learning, they use one-shot learning, or they use the camera labels, or they use some type of transfer learning. We're not doing any of that. We're basically just taking like a basic backbone with ImageNet pre-training, and that's it. And so you can sort of see the relative improvements on the different data sets. We also get improvement on the image-based as well. So the other thing you can see is the comparison to supervised, that we're closing that gap to supervised performance, at least supervised a few years ago. Some of these supervised methods have been beaten by this point, but again, we don't really ever expect it to outperform it. But again, can we provide, that visual reasoning, sort of low level that can, be largely applicable to a lot of data, not necessarily the best performing compared to the supervised. And here's just some qualitative results of comparing of what was the state of the art, when we started this work, which was bottom-up clustering, to other group attention models, and then the multi-contextual group attention. You can see that we get a lot of tolerance to carrying different objects, even different perspectives. We do have some hard samples where we think somebody wearing the same color shirt, that's one thing. But we do have some good things with people carrying objects that we're very tolerant to, and much better than some of the previous work. So a lot of work to do. And again, it's just a starting point. And we don't really think we need to stop at unsupervised learning. I think ultimately some supervision is useful. And here's just a look at some of the attention maps. So if you compare it to the group attention module, you can see that we end up getting a lot more attention on the person themselves. So here, we get more of the body, some of the feet. Here we get some of the knees and the feet. So better attention overall, using the multi-contextual, that local information plus the global. So with that, that's the end of my talk. If there's any questions on the unsupervised person re-identification. Getting late in the afternoon.
Okay, so we have one more speaker from Johns Hopkins in this session. I did want to say while I'm switching this over, people have noticed that a couple of talks, there's the Duke MTMC data set. That's for work that was done prior to the Breyer program. People who are here part of the Breyer program know that we're not using the Duke MTMC data because it's a retracted data set. And this is, prior work where people have been asked to do it. But if you're still here and you're not part of the Breyer program, but you are a reviewer for the computer vision community, please stop asking people to review or to produce scores on retracted data sets because first of all, we're not allowed to, but also the data set has been retracted for a reason. So again, to the extent there might be anybody here from outside the Breyer program, now that we're in smaller numbers late in the afternoon, MTMC has been retracted. People should stop using it, and if you're a reviewer, please don't ask people to use it because we shouldn't be doing it, and many of us can't for various reasons.
Hi everyone, my name is Nitin. I am here on behalf of my Professor Dr. Vishal Patel, and I'll be presenting our recent works on mitigating atmospheric turbulence on facial images. So atmospheric turbulence is space varying distortion on any images that are captured by long range cameras. So that is, it creates a blur as well as geometric distortion in the images. As you can see in all these images, it not only just blurs the image, but also creates artifacts. It's like bending artifacts or like curves on the images, and there are multiple models that actually model the distortion on single frames and multiple frames. And on single frames, it could be modeled as a composition of a geometric distortion as well as a blurring operation with an additive noise. So the initial methods that mitigated atmospheric turbulence used an approach called lucky frame approach, where they combined the regions across multiple frames and then applied a blind reconstruction algorithm to obtain a clear image. And then finally, reconstruction algorithms or recognition algorithms were applied on this clean output image that is generated. So in our following the works that I'm going to present, we also followed a similar pattern where first we restored the images, degraded images, and then we applied the recognition approach. So the first approach that we used is a convolutional neural network based approach where we used a lightweight network 18net1 to produce multiple views or like to see how a generic model produces clean images when a degraded atmospheric turbulence image is passed as input. And using this, we found regions which are like hard to recognize using aleatoric uncertainty and concatenated it along with the degraded image to reconstruct the final output. What we got some reasonable results, but what we saw was that like the algorithm was unable to reconstruct key facial features or like fine detailed features, as you can see in the images in the right. So although it works reasonably well and removes degradation, it cannot create facial features. That is because CNNs internally lack generative power. So which motivated us to explore generative approaches, and we have two more generative approaches, generative network-based approaches in the upcoming slides. Now, secondly, there exist a number of methods that simulate synthetic atmospheric on images, and we wanted to explore like which one works the best. And what we saw was that like the method from May that is another person from our lab, like he developed an approach 1 year ago, which is based on a Gaussian blur along with an elastic degradation. This replicated atmospheric turbulence the most, and like results very close to the real world atmospheric turbulence degraded images. So we used this particular simulation approach for all the upcoming experiments. Now, the first generative model based approach that we utilized was GAN inversion. So GAN inversion, what basically it does is it, in a normal GAN, we start from a standard Gaussian noise and map it to a facial image. GAN inversion finds this initial Gaussian noise latent code. That is, given a set of images, it finds the best possible latent code from which the original image could be reconstructed. Now, to use this for an atmospheric turbulence degraded image, first what we need to do is like, we need to map the degraded image to the latent space and reconstruct the image using a pre-trained phase generator that is very much close, that could be possibly obtained from this initial latent code. And we produced a hierarchical network which this is functioning, and we were able to get really reasonable results, as can be seen in this particular slide. So, but like one thing about GAN inversion is that like since it is encoded to a latent code, it sometimes loses color information, or like sometimes could also lead to some small edge artifacts, which made us explore a more powerful generative model, that is diffusion models. So these are some results on the prior data sets that we got using GAN inversion. As you can see, the top row, like it almost perfectly reconstruct the image, but as you can see in the bottom left row, that the grayscale image is getting converted into a color image because of dataset bias during GAN inversion. Now, I'll briefly give an introduction to denoising diffusion probabilistic models. So diffusion models take a clean image, noise at different levels, and use a single network to remove the noise regardless of the amount of the noise. So diffusion network, look, p theta of xt minus 1 given ht here denotes the diffusion network, which takes in the current noise input as well as the time interval as the input. So that process is called the backward diffusion process, where a neural network is used to denoise, and the forward denoising diffusion process is the process where we add a predefined noise based on the time step t. So using diffusion models, we created an approach which was published in Walkley recently. So in which one thing we noticed while using denoising diffusion probabilistic models to restore images degraded by turbulence was that when we use a normal conditional model, it was not learning the key facial features. The reasoning for this is that like it was trying to remove the turbulence degradation and giving very less focus to, or like very less number of time steps are allocated in reconstructing key facial details. So in order to mitigate this problem, we tried a progressive training-based approach where we took a pre-trained phase super resolution network which can already reconstruct facial features, and made sure that our turbulence mitigation network is also learning to recreate key facial features, or like allocating a large time band to reconstruct key facial features. And during inference also, we propose a new strategy where we start with noise turbulence degraded images rather than pure Gaussian noise. This gave us almost a time speed up of 2 times. And these are the results these are our latest results which we got using diffusion models. And as you can see, it solved the problem of the color shift as well as edge artifacts. But one thing we noticed throughout our research was that for low level of degradations, as you can see from the left image, where a human itself can recognize the original face from the degraded image, the algorithms worked well, and it improved the facial recognition accuracy also. As you can see in the slide, where like we got some significant boost in facial recognition accuracies. That is the top 1, top 3, top 5 accuracies using algorithms. But in cases where the face cannot be seen at all by even a human, for example, the second and third images here, where the nose and mouth cannot be seen by a human in the first place, and because it's an ill-posed problem, it creates a face which could possibly come from the original image, but the identity need not match, which could lead to lower recognition accuracies. So for lower level of degradation, our approaches work really well, but we sort of failed for the higher levels of degradation, which made us explore much more portions. So we are developing new algorithms that can basically recognizing a single approach rather than reconstructing and then recognizing when the degradation level is very high. So these are the set of publications associated with this slide, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
In first time, compare on your PDPM versus the previous one.
Okay, so the GAN inversion method was close to 5 milliseconds, but DDPMs, they're generally slow. It was close to 3 seconds per image, for a resolution of 256 cross 256.
Right.
Yeah.
I have a question. So this is using single frames, right?
Yes.
So I expect, how might you extend this to using it for video?
For video, so there are two possibilities. First of all, like we can use the lucky fusion approach to get a single or the best possible frame, or and then use it for reconstruction. Secondly, we can concatenate along the channel dimension and use the same algorithm. That inherently doesn't increase the computational complexity that much, and we'll get the results in almost the same computational time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're running on the scheduled thing. We have another session, but we should take a break. I would suggest we come back at the top of the hour. So that's in 20 minutes. And the last session is talking about forthcoming data sets and challenges related to long range recognition. So we'll see everybody again in about 20 minutes. All right, well, I'll get unmuted. So the last session that we have today is a session about data sets and upcoming challenges. So we heard this morning about the Oak Ridge data collection for the Briar program, the government data collect, and we heard that it's likely not going to be released, and so in addition to the government data collect, Lars mentioned that individual performer teams for the Briar program collect their own data, and a number of these are likely to be released. So the idea was to have people talk about ones that might be coming out to see if there's a way that we can collectively make our lives easier in terms of being able to publish results of research that we get from the Briar program, despite primarily working on a data set that's not publicly released. So I wanted to first just sort of briefly mention that earlier in the conference, there was a paper from Kitware about the MEVID data set. So, releasing data sets from IARPA programs is something that we do at Kitware. We're an open source company. We like to get things out there. This data set, which is a re-identification data set, again, was presented a few days ago, came out of the DIVA program and was polished up with some Briar funding. So this is sort of the data from the last our program that we worked at Kitware, but we at Kitware performed our own data collect for the Briar program, and this is sort of a visual of this large crane in which we mounted some cameras and some summaries of the enrollment data of faces, whole bodies, and of gait. And then we take these subjects and we send them outside and they walk around in a field, in the field of view of different cameras at different ranges and different altitudes. And so this is going to be forthcoming. Don't have concrete plans yet as to when exactly it's going to be released to the public. It is available to other Briar performers, as is the expectation in the Briar program. But for reference, we collected 261 subjects. All of our participants consented to have their likeness used in research, including publications. We tried to get a decent demographic mix compared to sort of the U.S. Census data, as shown on the right, and did all right across many of the categories. The data collects, similar to what we heard about from David this morning, have subjects in multiple sets of clothing, so you can match them and do the hard version of the re-ID problem, where you're matching an enrollment of somebody against a probe video of that same person wearing a different set of clothing. And we have a number of different outdoor sites, so with different sort of backdrops and UAV data and everything else. So a lot of the enrollment sort of follows on from what Oak Ridge did, but the data that we have and that we'll be sort of capturing or buttoning up to distribute has this sort of face enrollment imagery, where you can see for this array of subjects the different face poses that we capture them in still images. You'll see some missing parts where something went sideways with the camera, which happens. Then we have some gait enrollment videos. So here's a smaller array. We have this for all subjects, but you wouldn't be able to see anybody walking if we put them in the same tiling as the face enrollment imagery. So gait enrollment video of people doing a prescribed walk, that's some portions where they're looking at walking normally versus other portions where they're carrying a cell phone. And then whole body enrollment data, which includes the person and the sort of jumping jack in a neutral pose, as by DSLR Nikon camera shown on the left, and on the right we also have a RealSense 3D camera that's capturing the whole body enrollment to get us ground truth for things like the 3D body fitting that Cole mentioned earlier. So this is the kind of data that we collected on the Kitware team. We enrolled people, gathered all that data, and then sent them out in a field in the middle of, as you can see, an airport. So this is Griffiths Airport near Rome, New York, the former Griffiths Air Force Base. We have people go around between 3 different sites being observed by cameras, including one that's a kilometer away, some that are closer by, and also UAVs. Play quad rotors. We had a trial with a fixed wing due to some exciting challenges with flying UAVs, especially near an active runway. So this is the sort of data. This is the kind of thing that it looks like we have for a given site. So here, site 3 in yellow, we have a view from one of these cameras way up on a crane. Actually, these are both views from the crane. All of these on this slide are from the crane. We have a second site, which is just in a grassy field. You see, you're looking down on this person. We wore some triangle here in the field of where people were walking. And then the first site back at this paved, this is an old compass rose where they used to calibrate the compasses for these airplanes. So again, a bunch of high altitude or relatively high altitude, something like a multi-story building. It was 120 odd feet up there, being captured by PTZ and fixed surveillance cameras, and then frames from different cameras set up at different distances, shown up here. And then again, you can see some of the crane cameras down here. So this is just a montage of 1 day's worth of imagery with subjects coming and going. And then this is a montage now of the different cameras that are looking at site 1. So this is the same subject. The subject number is 14626. And you can see what they look like. Our data set certainly skewed more towards the sort of whole body challenges than it did face. We had some challenges getting a lot of pixels on faces. And so when we release this will probably be much more useful as a whole body data set than as a face data set. And then there's just a couple of other montages here of people in different sites, but since we are along in the afternoon, I'll sort of skip over this. So again, this is what we captured at Kitware as part of our BRC. We are planning to release this. I know that at least Ben and other people from the Breyer program have done their own data collection efforts, and it'd be interesting to have a discussion either started here and carried on after the workshop about how to do this and something of a concerted effort to make the research findings of the Breyer program easier to disseminate to the broader community. So I just wanted to give that sort of highlight. Again, maybe by the time we get to this conference next year, we'll have a Kitware paper about this data set and a publicly released data set. But we're certainly moving in that direction. And so that's what I've got to say about that. A more specific thing, though, Terry, if you want to come up. Sure. Yeah, and I don't know, Ben, if you wanted to say anything about your BRCs, but anybody in the room or anybody out there in Zoom land, if there's an interest in sort of coordinating how we do this, there's sort of a de facto standard being provided by Oak Ridge and sort of how things are organized in terms of file structures, naming conventions, these sorts of things. But some other things that we're doing, like capturing this real sense 3D data, might be a little bit different, and we'll try to make something up that makes life easy. But if anybody knows of any existing conventions that we should follow, or anything about the way we release the data that could make it more useful to people, I'd certainly be glad to hear about it or talk about it.
It is the MEV IV data set website live now?
Yes.
It's going to be.
Yeah.
You have a little red chat. I wasn't sure if somebody asked a question on the chat.
I may have sent that a while ago during one of the other presenters. So Yeah, I mean, I think we at Kitware are happy to coordinate with people about these data sets, obviously within the Briar program. There's a mechanism to do that, but you know, if there's anybody that's still with us this afternoon who's outside the Briar program, we're happy to talk about it. There are some interesting things that came up. For instance, we had terrible weather. It rained a lot, and so we have this sort of ability, I think, to do some unique stuff about you know, recognizing people based on whole bodies through rain, which turns out we got more video than we had anticipated.
So at what point in time, you're like for rain, what was your threshold for running off? Like, we're not-
When we were worried about, you know, pitchforks and torches, there wasn't really a hard threshold. We had numeric thresholds around wind, but we didn't have. It was basically at some point everybody was huddling under the tent. Nobody wanted to go walk around. Yeah, we didn't lose any equipment. I mean, we weren't flying anything during those when it was raining like that. But the field cameras were all dressed up in plastic wrap and did fine. There was certain water on the lens. I mean, there's a hood at the end of the lens, but it was both windy and rainy, so that only helped a little bit. So yeah, there might be some unique sort of subsets of additional challenges. Things like recognizing somebody through the rain. There is this, you know, deraining. There have been multiple deraining challenges before, sort of for image quality purposes. But looking at, you know, deraining for the purpose of recognizing the person through the rain might be an interesting thing that comes out of this. Although, you know, though we had a lot more rain video than we anticipated, I'm not sure. You know, it's certainly not going to be more than 10 or 20 subjects. So it goes.
I mean, my one suggestion I would have is when the data set is released, that and you'll end up having to likely define some kind of splits with some simple test protocols. My thought is you probably want to keep those simple test protocols, you know, simple in terms of if the data set's going to be used in a vacuum just to evaluate and support some kind of line of research that kind of makes the push out in the community quicker, right? And rather than, because I understand in the program, we have fairly kind of complicated test protocol designs, right? Those are probably, I mean, they're important, but they can have an effect of hindering acceptance by larger research community sometimes. Certainly, I had that experience on the Janus program. That, you know, for our IJVC, we had these multi element test protocol, but 10 people just tended to go to the single image verification protocol outside of the program because it was the easiest to understand to implement. And so likely that's the better starting point. That's my thought, at least.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it'd be nice to keep the sort of video to, you know, miscellaneous enrollment option. But we could, you know, provide example, you know, this is the largest bounding box from a given probe video if you wanted to do it as an image to image matching problem, with the presumption that it probably wouldn't work as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's certainly the ease of adoption that's out there. One other thing that we at Kitware have found from some of these data sets from programs like DIVA from Virat way back when is that there does seem to be a reluctance in the community of working on a data set where your absolute scores are very low. So this comes up certainly in the re-ID community where everybody's arguing about the difference between 97 and 97.3%. Like you're not going to get anywhere near 97% some of this data, right? Just doing whole body re-ID with everybody having changed clothes, right? And that can be a hindrance. You know, there was this Virat activity recognition data set that came out a long time ago, and the performance, the best performance in the first several years was probably like a 20% accuracy, and people just don't feel good, I guess, working on that kind of stuff, even though it represents a more realistic version of the challenges. So there's some amount of targeting that one can do in terms of, you know, which cameras and you know, how to make things in the sweet spot where it's challenging enough to drive interesting research, but not so challenging that everybody just feels bad about.
Can you comment on whether I know that the tendency is that there would be a paper that would both describe the data set and include research that be so attached to the data set release. But that does mean though that unless that's going to get put up on archive 6 months before the conference, that the data set won't be out there in the community like for another year, right? And so is there any thought on whether there might be a data set release that without associated with the paper, and then having or preparing a paper, putting up an archive well ahead of a conference due date or something to facilitate and kind of pre-position the data set to get out there in the community?
Yeah, I mean, typically what one does is you have the data set come out when the paper comes out, but to your point, that might be, I mean, if it were WACFI, which isn't necessarily the case, that might be a long time, relatively speaking. So I actually don't know if the data set had been out there long enough and there were some competition on it, that might strengthen the case for subsequently publishing something, because you'd have something to say.
I suppose you could run a challenge at the next WACB using your data,
right,
and put that out 3 months from now.
Yeah,
with the understanding it would be a workshop, I mean a challenge workshop.
right. Yeah, so that's a little bit earlier. I mean, without maybe people are already reading with. So Terry's going to talk about that. The timeline for these things. So like a CVPR workshops have recently been accepted and are starting to put together their challenges and other things. But the timeline for say a next year version of this workshop would be, if we were to have a challenge associated, would be in the fall timeframes. So that's, earlier than next January in terms of the data getting out there and being used.
But you don't think you give longer time for people to start understanding using the data ahead of the workshop challenge?
Oftentimes, I mean, you put out some sample thing to solicit people's interest or to get people's interest peaked in participating in a challenge. But oftentimes, the challenges that I'm familiar with are, a month and a half, 2 months. Kind of thing, and a lot of that is driven by you propose the workshop, it gets accepted, and then you in the best case start the challenge up more or less immediately, and it needs to be done a certain period of time before the workshop so that you can finish out the results and everything else.
Well, you can do a challenge for a WACFI paper which has like either a July or September deadline, so then it might be a little early as opposed to a separate workshop.
But yeah, it's certainly, one of the things that there's certainly you want for providing things out, for making it easy to use, you'd want to have splits of training and testing, for instance. Obviously, having a subject disjoint training versus testing set is one thing, but one of the things that we're going to be sort of thinking about is to what extent being disjoint, not only by subject, but also either by day or site, because we have these 3 different sites where everybody goes, might lead to some interesting, or clarify, to what extent there are session effects and other kinds of things in the experimental design. So, you can only, and anytime you slice things thinly, if you want to do subject and day and site disjoint, then you might have some issues with, inconsistent lighting and so on. But again, that represents some real world challenges. So I don't know, Ben, if you had anything to say about anything that you were planning to do with yours before.
Yeah, like a few words.
Yeah, so University of Nebraska led the data collection for our Briar team, and so we did it out in the cornfields in Nebraska, and so that was kind of just a interesting location. But we had a university farm where we collected, and one of the things that I think went well with our collection was, how many subjects that we got that were interested in participating, the location of our site within proximity of the city, just being able to recruit people, not having to go several hours out of their way. So that was what I think went very well. In terms of just the smoothness of the collection, having the sensors up, I thought that went very well. I think the drones were the biggest challenge, just keeping them up and running, mostly because of the wind and weather. We got very little rain during our collection, very little weather. It was mostly just hot. It was the middle of July, so that was one thing. But we do plan to release the data. I think we ended up collecting over 200 pics with our collection, and similar to the type of video that Scott showed. We had similar types of cameras that we used. I would say one thing is we did have a specialized space camera that was nice. I think one of the things to think about, like especially if you want to ever do your own collection like this, is just the logistics and planning. It's enormous, and especially getting used to working with your IRB and just sort of talking through them. It's actually very conversational, but every IRB is very different in sort of what they expect, what they're used to reviewing. And one of the things that I found out at University of Nebraska is they tend to do more clinical IRB stuff, and this was very different for them. The scale of it was much, much larger, so it was kind of a learning process for them as well. And so I was able to share some of my prior experience and sort of things, so they appreciated it as well. So I think that's one of the good things. But in terms of releasing, one of the practices that we use, as most states says, there's some type of release agreement, but they've actually shifted towards a data transfer and use agreement, where there's actually a log of who has accessed the data and has access and for how long and things like that. So that's one of the things that we will be doing, mostly because the university and our IRB office requires it. So I think that it's a little bit more in depth than your typical just institutional signature. So I think that's one of the challenges that I could see with releasing our data set. It's definitely going to be released, but I think having that process might restrict some people from going through the work of getting it. But again, if it will be out there, there will be, our plan is to do a data set paper kind of thing, conventional. But I think to Lars's point, it kind of sounds like a good idea to kind of maybe make it available and somehow advertise it in advance of that, just so that people get used to seeing it. But yeah.
For those that aren't from the Midwest, there's this phenomenon that's called corn sweat. So I get, it's this specific atmospheric turbulence related to corn, which apparently does sweat in the summer, and it changes the moisture content. So it could be an interesting separate effect. So yeah, those are sort of the general sort of high level, sort of vaguely defined thoughts so far about, the release of some of these BRC data sets. But Terry actually has a much more concrete and near-term thing to talk about.
Is it pretty sure?
Gabriel, can you see? Anybody online?
Yes, I can see.
Okay. So we're going to be talking about a long distance face recognition challenge, and actually a re-ID challenge. That'll be part of the CVPR workshop on biometrics at CVPR. The workshop's been accepted. We don't have all the details, so we'll get into some of that. But so the motivation here is actually threefold. First, we wanted really easily accessible long-range data for the evaluation of systems to understand what can happen. So we wanted to make it really simple, people understand it. We wanted enough data to support statistical significance testing, because for some of these things, right, it's really hard to know. There's so much variation. Is it meaningful? So we wanted to be able to do that. And then a different motivation for today's talk is we want feedback from you before we actually finalize and make this release of here is the challenge. So if you have things you think we should do differently or better, please let us know. So the recapture idea is something I've done before in DARPA HID, so 20 years ago. But the idea has now been technologically upgraded. So we have 3 giant televisions, 75-inch, or then maybe not giant, just large. And we're going to image them from 770 meters away. So we have on top of a garage here, looking out over a large area to where the TVs are in military containers. Camera with a really big lens, so 800 millimeter zoom lens with a 2x adapter, so 1600 millimeter. If you account for the form factor adjustment, it's actually about 24. And then we can take pictures. The TVs are that little square down there in red. It's actually probably a little too big, but you can't really see them with the human eye from where we're standing. And then when we go to capture this, we're going to display images like LFW
on the TVs and then recapture them. Seeing here are two different frames of two different people recaptured from this system. And you can sort of see how different some of these things look. This is exactly the same photo, 30th of a second apart, right, as the atmosphere is doing stuff. I'll show a video in a second. And if we just look at for the sort of feature distances from, is this Ada face or Dolly? Dolly face. Okay, so this is from our system, but the feature distances between two frames very close together in time is actually quite significant. And this is part of what makes it so challenging. So just to give you a feel, here's a video of what the system's capturing. So this is, again, the TVs are static, nothing is moving. This is just the atmosphere making everybody dance as you go through this. So the idea of this data set is we're now going to have very controlled conditions. Each one of these we're capturing for like a second. So we're going to get 15 to 30 frames of a person for this particular collection of, in this very short time in the atmosphere, it's over a second or two as you collect this. And the chips are scaled up so that they're about actual face size. That TV is 5.5 feet tall. So we get faces up there. And then we have a bunch of parameters. We're actually collecting weather and stuff. And we go through that. Next one. And so this is for face. We can do the same thing for re-ID. Re-ID is challenging. When we do this to it, it gets crazy challenging. Or maybe what was the next level up? Insane. And this is, by the way, this is not a hot day. This is like October. It's like 56, 59 out there. You go through these long ranges, you get some significant effects. There was some wind adds into that. So, let me go forward. So, the images you're going to have for enrollment, right, for depending what you're looking at. And then the bottom rows here are actually, some of these are real images of real people from 500 meters or whatever they captured from Breyer, from the BRC, BG, which is ours, BRC. And then some of these are from the images are actually pretty realistic. We have not done a full evaluation. We want to, but the basic idea is we're going to give these, the competition is going to provide roughly cropped faces. So if I go back to what that video looked like, right, or even these, right? Right. These are roughly cropped faces. They're not perfect. There might be some black around them. They're not always going to be perfectly lined up because if we go back to this, right, it's not always a square. It's got some weird shapes. So we're going to give you roughly lined faces. Roughly cropped faces with boxes about maybe 250 by 250. And then the rest of the processing is up to your system. The competition will probably distribute a director images. And then we're going to ask the participants to provide all pair scores. So, we give you a director with 10,000 images. We look for 10,000 times 999 pairwise scores. And then we'll do the analysis on top of it. LFW is formally a match, non-match pair thing, but one, we don't want to tell you up front which ones are matched and non-matched. So we want to do this. And this will actually give us a lot more ability to do other kinds of tests in terms of where the scores are. We're going to give you in that set, and when we talk about match and non-match, one of the reasons we don't want to make them pairs is we're going to have, we'll get to that on the next line, but we might have 30 frames of the same exact photo, right? All of which, of course, are like identical matches. And those become interesting from how much did your score vary when you match the same photo under two different atmospheric conditions to itself versus two different photos of a person. So we get some interesting data out of that. We're going to have a very small amount of what we'll call system validation data, maybe from a different data set like Celeb or whatever, to make sure that the process runs smoothly. And then for the competition was to have people download the data and basically have 24 hours to upload the answers. We don't want to give you a super amount of time for people to go through. We actually felt, I've run a couple of other challenges, and the last one we actually know because after we were done, we talked to people about how they did so well. They trained on the test data, which is definitely not allowed. We'll make that very clear, but there's a lot you could do by starting to look through too much data. So we don't want to give you time to do graduate student descent on the data either, which is I'll do my paragraph 15 times. So we're looking at having 3 challenge tracks. The first 2 are face, and the last one will be for re-ID. And basically, the single frame verification is pretty much, although it'll be not obvious to the end users, we will be testing it on the standard LFW CFP dataset protocols with the same images, but then we'll be able to do many pairwise like this one versus each of these, this one versus each of these. So we get more statistics to again answer some of these statistical enabling questions, sort of see what's going on. And then we're going to have a new one, which is not within LFW or CFP, but it's an extension, which is we're going to give you a multi-frame verification. So there'll be another one where it's, okay, here's a set of images, here's a set of images, match. All right, so now it's all sets to all sets instead of all frames to all frames. And that's interesting because there's a lot of issues for temporal things. So as Irfan said in the morning, right? There's a lot of things where there's lots of information over time that we're not really exploring that much. So Xiaoming's talk, right? He had this stuff combining frames. We think that's an important part of dealing with atmospheric. So we want to give this challenge that aspect. So it's straight up LFW, LFW over sets, and then the deep change will be really much the closed changing re-ID based on top of the deep change data set, re-image and recapture, and sort of see what that's going to do to performance. And so process and timeline, we still don't actually have the details from when papers and stuff will be due for the biometric workshop. So the basic idea is we're expected to have maybe 3 weeks before the paper deadline, so we can process stuff and then get it, analyzed and finish writing the paper. Maybe it'll be 4 weeks. And we also expect to have the top 2 or 3 algorithms in the competition, right? It's 3 tracks, so that might actually be somewhere between 2 and 9. We expect the same teams will probably do well, and so maybe it'll be 2 and 4. We're going to have them be authors on a paper, and we're going to have sections where they get to describe how they did what they did, right? And then we'll have an overview of our stuff. And just to be clear, our algorithm will not be officially in the competition. We might still report some of our results, but we're not talking about our algorithm because we've seen the data, we've played with the data, so we're tainted, right? We know what we're doing. So we'll have a sort of separate category for where our stuff is. And then we'll have the winning algorithms. So questions, comments, feedback?
What are you giving for training?
So, well, so right, the idea is like LFW doesn't give you training data either, right? The idea is we're not giving you training data. We're going to evaluate your system in this paradigm. I will comment that we will give training data for the next competition. Right. Right now, our plans are, so we have LFW, we actually can't distribute all the data sets we have, but we eventually want to recapture web face 4M, right? And then we'll give you enough data to do meaningful training on top of it, but that won't happen until next year. Sometime in the summer or fall, we'll release that as the next challenge. So this first one is really, if you take systems, and if you want to do synthetic perturbations and whatever, to whatever your current system is doing, but we're just going to evaluate it on LFW or CFP, which is what people do now. And they don't come with training data. We actually wanted to keep it as simple as possible. If we give you training data, now you need a lot of resources to do the training. So.
In the illustration, you had verification between degraded and degraded image. I mean, you might do that, but you're also going to have degraded versus clean image.
Yes. So yeah, I guess I should have, when we do the all versus all, some of them may be clean and some of them may be distorted, and we're going to sort of see where that pair goes. But again, that's part of why we didn't want to say here are pairs, because they might be giving out information, but end users can look at images and figure out what the image is, right? So they can answer some of that question. We just didn't want to make it clear this is a pair of clean versus distorted versus distorted versus distorted. And we'll do both sets, some mix of it.
I assume that you're going to advertise this challenge will be happening well ahead of this data coming out, right? Is there like, what is your plans to advertise this to the community?
We're talking about it at a workshop today. No? So we'll basically be putting it out on a couple of mailing lists, sort of to get out there and post it. Yep. So we'll have a website for it. We didn't want to make the website because we're still like, some of the most normal questions are, what are the due dates? When it's, and I don't have the answers to that because we still don't have all the workshop answers from the workshop organizer to know what we're going to do. There's actually a big question. If our paper has to go through the biometrics workshop review process, then the challenge probably has to finish by like end of February, first week of March, which is really rough. I'm trying to convince them that our paper is good. You can just accept it as a challenge paper or whatever. And then we can push the deadline up towards April or May, which is what we really are hoping to do, but I'm still waiting on an answer on that.
Is there, are there any considerations to how, the industry wanted to participate? I mean, there's nothing limiting that, but they may not want to be
Named?
either that or publishing, obviously giving a talk on the
Yeah.
technical details of their approach. Is that kind of
Yeah, so
account for?
we actually counted and we discussed, but again, this is the kind of thing. So we discussed whether or not we should have sort of a restricted and an unrestricted, like subsets of algorithms. So in restricted algorithms, you can only train on, say, web face, MS1M, whatever, limited training. And then there's like, do whatever you want. That's the unrestricted category. And then we could talk about having an anonymous, which is, here's a commercial algorithm one. No names, you just get to sort of see where they go. And some of that could be interesting. In fact, depending on who wants to submit, somebody like NIST could run a whole bunch of stuff and submit a whole bunch of anonymous vendor algorithms just to sort of see what goes on. We're not going to tell people, right? So if they want to be authors on the paper, then they have to talk about how they've done it. If they just want to have a line on the plot, they can submit something and we'll let, I think, Wes, you agree? We'll just let them be anonymous? Sure. Yeah, what do we care? Yeah, because for certain challenges, like there's this fear of like, how bad will we do? So I will say we've intentionally designed this so that when they submit, they will have no idea how they did. Neither will we. So, but we can say some of this data is pretty challenging. So we don't want to scare people off. We want to really get a benchmark. And that's also why we're not providing the training data right now. The goal is to sort of assess where are things, where things are right now. And then we'll assess, can we, how much can we advance by providing training data and making stuff better.
So what's the timeline? Can you provide?
So we're thinking, so my ideal timeline is the data will be released, end beginning of February, or sorry, end of January, beginning of February. It shouldn't be too long for us to release this validation data. And then the actual challenge data, the validation data is just enough that you can run your system through the plumbing and make sure you can get the right files and test that everything else works. And then the challenge will be either end of February, beginning of March, if we have to turn the paper in March, or April, which is what I'm pushing for. So that'll give people some time to. The whole point is we don't want something that takes you a lot of time to do, because it's sort of like, I'm going to take my algorithm and run it, get some results. Try and get a lot of people to do it. But we have to have enough time to advertise. That's why I want to push it to April, is to get the word out. If we're in March, we're competing with like ICCV deadlines and other, people just won't have any bandwidth and they won't take part. So we want to avoid that split of time.
So would you test the model on like non-turbulent state or 50 on like some turbulent state? Are you saying if you want a model that's good on like that's generally good, or is it just like you want a model that's fine to be good?
Well, so that's why the data will include clean images and not clean images, so we can evaluate. So did you trade off clean LFW?
Challenge metrics are only on turbulent, like who won is only based on this turbulent data, right?
1K.
Who performed the best in one of the tracks is
well, so we're going to talk about the performance data. So yes, we will be looking at it, but if you really sacrificed a lot of clean data, we'll report that. It's like, okay, so you did really good on turbulence data, and to do that, your performance went from 99% on LFW to 75% on clean LFW. That will be an interesting artifact. So, but yes, so in terms of the challenge, yeah, maybe we should have prizes. How many people feel we need prizes? Is this just pride? Pride good enough? Okay. Right. Prize?
But if the challenge is kind of how well does the community's approach work on this turbulent data, then you may report as a data point how well they did, but in terms of like who placed 1 versus 2 versus 3, like I would expect it likely to be up the turbulent.
For everybody, yeah. Although who knows, we could have a leaderboard. It's like, here's the best averaged accuracy, clean and right. The question is, how much do you weight them? So that's why it's like, it's hard to choose a metric. We can say,
That would be communicated with the challenge.
yeah, we'll put up, right? Yeah, again, part of the goal here was to get feedback on what we should do. So do you feel, since you asked the question, do we need to have clean and turbulence data, or just turbulence is the answer? Okay.
Having like clean answer there, which, yes, can always be something or less on one.
Right. There's really three. There's clean to clean, clean to turbulence, turbulence to turbulence, right? All three of those are, and I guess turbulence to clean, but I think it should be, most algorithms are symmetric, but maybe not all. So maybe we have to worry about that one too. But so we'll that's why we're going to have everybody do all pairs, right? Because then we have all possible combinations. We can do them in whatever order.
I think the emphasis should be on either the turbulent to clean or turbulent to turbulent.
I agree, but if to do that, you give up a lot of clean to clean, there might, so, because if you're thinking about a scenario where sometimes you get turbulent data, sometimes you get clean data, then you want a system that's robust in all conditions, so.
Okay, but you would never run it.
You would what?
You would never run it when you are system. You would never accept that.
So if you always know the source of your data, I would agree. If you're dealing with data where you don't know where it came from, the analyst might just say, here's an image. What do you got?
Here's a giant pile.
Yeah, here's a pile of images. Yeah. Right. If I'm scanning a hard drive with a bunch of images on it, trying to find people, I may or may not know which images are good and which ones are bad. Again, it's a weaker scenario, but. Okay. All right, well, I think that's the end of the program. Unless anybody else has anything to say, we can get out and enjoy the last hour or so of daylight here in Hawaii anyway. And I will say thank you to those of you out there in Zoom land that have joined us today, hearing about the beautiful weather from where you are, which is probably not as beautiful, and also probably quite a bit later. So thanks everybody for sticking around. Have a good evening, and thanks to everybody who joined us in person.